ti dé.
Ọmọ Odùduwà.
Kò sẹ́lẹ̀yàmẹ̀yà mọ́.
Ọmọ Odùduwà.
Kò sẹ́lẹ̀yàmẹ̀yà mọ́.
Ọmọ Odùduwà. Àsìkò ti tó láti gbára wa lọ́wọ́ ìjọba amúnisìn o.
Àsìkò ti tó.
Ọmọ Odùduwà.
Àsìkò ti tó.
Ọmọ Odùduwà.
Kò sẹ́lẹ̀sìmẹ̀sìn mọ́.
Ọmọ Odùduwà.
Àfẹ́lẹ́yàmẹ̀yà mọ́.
Ọmọ Odùduwà. Àsìkò ti tó láti gbára wa lọ́wọ́ ìjọba amúnisìn o.
Ọmọ Odùduwà rìpọ́blìkì. Asọ̀wàsọ̀wọ̀ asọ̀wàsọ̀mọ́. Asọ̀wàsálàfíà àìkúbalẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀. Àfẹ́lẹ́yàmẹ̀yà mọ́. Àfẹ́lẹ́sìmẹ̀sìn mọ́. Àwọn ìjọba wa ara wọn nìkan náà jà fún. Ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ gbé rìpọ́blìkì lárugẹ. Odùduwà rìpọ́blìkì ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ gbé lárugẹ. Kó lè san wá sówó, kó lè san wá sọ́mọ. Asan wá sálàfíà àìkúbalẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀. A ní àsìkò yìí ti tó.
Ọmọ Odùduwà.
Àsìkò yìí ti tó sẹ́.
Ọmọ Odùduwà.
Àfẹ́lẹ́yàmẹ̀yà mọ́.
Ọmọ Odùduwà.
Àfẹ́lẹ́yàmẹ̀yà mọ́.
Ọmọ Odùduwà. Àsìkò ti tó láti gbára wa lọ́wọ́ ìjọba amúnisìn o.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn gbogbo àgbààgbà Yorùbá látòrí emeritus professor Banji Akintoye, comrade mi ń kọ́ Victor Taiwo, olóyè Sunday Igboho. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú bàbá tèmi ààrẹ Gani Adams àti gbogbo Yorùbá akíkanjú ọmọ Yorùbá tó wà lókè òkun. Látòrí Mr. Adékúnlé Adépọ̀jù. Àní ìgbà ọ̀tun ti dé.
Ọmọ Odùduwà.
Ìgbà ọ̀tun ti dé.
Ọmọ Odùduwà.
Àfẹ́lẹ́yàmẹ̀yà mọ́.
Ọmọ Odùduwà.
Àfẹ́lẹ́sìmẹ̀sì mọ́.
Ọmọ Odùduwà. Àsìkò ti tó láti gbára wa lọ́wọ́ ìjọba amúnisìn o.
Odùduwà Republic ó náwó ẹ̀ sókè.
Èmi náwó mi.
Ẹni tó fẹ́ Odùduwà Republic. Ẹni tó fẹ́ Odùduwà Republic kó náwó ẹ̀ sókè ni.
Èmi náwó mi.
Òfò Odùduwà kó náwó ẹ̀ sókè.
Èmi náwó mi.
Ẹni tó bá f'Odùduwà Odùduwà Republic kó náwó ẹ̀ sókè ni.
Èmi náwó mi.
And Mrs. Carol Smith, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
May I say how delighted we are to be on Passion. We've looked forward to speaking to an African television station for decades. This is something we have looked forward to for such a long time, and we are so happy to be here.
Thank you. Mr. Aaron Smith was a young, bright, and principled Oxford University graduate who was recruited by the Colonial Office and posted to Nigeria. He took his final examination a year ahead of his class. He also married Mrs. Carol Smith, whom he met while they were both at Oxford University. Together they went to Nigeria, where they had their 2 children. Mr. Aaron Smith, you were featured in a program recently by BBC Radio 4,
Yes.
titled Document,
Yes.
and that was hosted by Mr. Mike Thompson.
Yes.
You are alleged that the British government rigged the first and most important election in the history of Nigeria in 1959 in favor of the North. Am I correct?
Yes.
How long were you in Nigeria for?
From 1955 to 1960. And we were based in Lagos. I was on the staff of the Department of Labour, I was largely occupied with employment problems, all the employment exchanges, and statistics, and international reports, and was kept pretty busy. I was also stationed in Lagos in charge of the capital and the port. I was the port labour officer as well, and I also devised a port labour scheme and later a social security scheme, which was one of the first in Africa, which guaranteed workers some income after they'd finished work. It was a providence scheme. As I say, it was called the National Providence Scheme, and I was very proud to have put that on the statute book.
I was going to ask you what your role is. You've mentioned three important. Is there any particular name given to your office while you were there?
Just labour officer.
I was a labour officer, a senior civil servant.
Okay.
I only intended to stay in Lagos initially for 2 tours of duty. Although, because of this conflict with the elections, there were difficulties. Actually, government wouldn't let me leave the civil service. They were determined that I should stay in the civil service after my 2 tours. And I was offered very considerable incentives, including a knighthood, to stay and work for government. Primarily this was because I had access to state secrets. I learned, and the Governor-General himself confirmed this to me, that the elections were rigged, contrived. The intention was that the North should rule Nigeria. Even in '56, the Northern leaders were very proud and were saying, if they couldn't run Nigeria, never mind elections. They might not join Nigeria. They might leave. And we all thought, well, how would they survive? There were no industries. There's not a great deal of agriculture, some groundnuts in the north. This wasn't very practical at all. And then it was, the Governor-General seemed to be thinking that the North couldn't, even if it won an election, rule Nigeria by itself. The South wouldn't stand for that. So there had to be a partner, either the Igbos in the east or the Yoruba in the west, to team up with the North. What he didn't want was for the 2 southern parties, the Igbo and the Yoruba, to team up to form the government, because he believed the North wouldn't tolerate that and talked about leaving the federation. So as I learned, in a small way at first, but very rapidly I learned about the election fixing. And as I say, this was confirmed to me by the Governor-General. He actually said that he wanted me to know the truth because he wanted me to know how much trouble I was in.
You mentioned statistics. You were collecting figures. Yes. Is that for labor and unemployed people only, or general?
Primarily, but obviously my interest was in the population
of
generally.
Nigeria.
Yes. And Awolowo, the Yoruba leader of the action group,
yep,
and Chief Enaharo, they too, other people were saying, where are all these millions of people in the north? Where are they? We're going up there to campaign. We want to know, you know. And you see all these, you know, thousands of miles of not very developed countryside, and yet the northerners are claiming that their voting registration figures are larger than in the south, you know, larger, far more people up there. Well, actually, if you went through the Igbo land, you know, Enugu and that, you saw lots and lots of people. If you went to Ibadan, again, Ibadan teeming, you know, with millions of people. But we didn't actually see many northerners, and obviously not many northerners at that time came to Lagos. So this did arouse suspicion. Now, the Europeans, not stupid, we are watching what's going on in Nigeria, and we too are beginning to feel there's something not quite right here, that maybe the elections are not going to be as straightforward as they're meant to be. Nigeria was being described as the showcase of democracy, and it was expected that the nationalist leaders would win through. But actually, when the election results were announced by the Governor-General, before the vote was even in, didn't count for that, he didn't wait for that. I have to tell you, the British were counting the votes, and the British cannot be trusted. They look after their friends. Loyalty is the big thing for the British, and we were friends with the emirs of the north. We looked on people like Inaharo and Awolowo as rather dangerous people. They might even be communists. That's ridiculous, actually. They couldn't be communists in 1,000 years. But this was a sort of thing that was being said. And we were, Europeans, were getting a bit worried about all this. It wasn't quite the honest, straightforward election that we were hoping for.
Apart from Professor Anderson and Dr. Patrick Wilmot that supported your submission on the rigged election, there were other people who also served in the colonial office in your days, who opposed to this submission.
Initially, I was warned of what was going on by my senior officer, a Major Bunker. I didn't know, and I knew that the Governor-General had directed me to take all the office staff of the Ministry of Labour to help Chief Okoti Igbo in politicking in Warri. And this was most irregular, and I refused to do this. Having refused an order, I know what the drill is. You resign. I resign my post. That is the proper thing to do. What they did then was rather devious. They persuaded me to withdraw my resignation, and when I did, they sacked me. It didn't go through, but I thought this was a bit low after I'd resigned and was prepared to leave the country. This was not very nice behaviour. They later withdrew this and said that I had been of some service to the state, and actually commended me for what I had done, and said I could leave Nigeria with splendid testimonials, and we shook hands on this. And this was done with the recognition of the Deputy Governor-General, Sir Ralph Grey. And then I left Nigeria the first time and took up a job as a personnel officer, a very big job, with the Esso refinery. And then government came after me, declared that I was a traitor, and I had betrayed the British people, ought to be imprisoned, and I lost that job. And then they came to me again and said it's all been a big mistake, dreadful mistake. I'm a jolly decent chap, Oxford chap, and they put me on a plane straight back to Nigeria, where I'd make up for the time I'd been away. There was a great deal of good work for me to do, and we fell for this. We shouldn't have gone back, but we did.
Now, if you recall what you said about the role of the Governor-General and the attitude of the British government in particular, regarding the fear that Awolowo, Okoti Igbo, and the lot of them from the south are dangerous, is there a particular reason? Why the fear from the British government? Is it that they don't want to release or relinquish Nigeria? They still want to control Nigeria?
They knew that the North would do as they said after independence. If it had any, the North would just, because it was their habit, they liked the British, whereas the nationalists were an unknown factor. Actually, when they took the flag down and hoisted the Nigerian flag, not one of the major nationalist politicians was there. They weren't even on the platform. This was incredible. These were the people who had sought independence. The people in the north didn't want independence. They didn't want the British to leave. So this was a farce. And for most Europeans who were very close and watching this, we were disgusted. We thought this really had been manipulated, this election. It was unworthy. It was unworthy of the British people, this. This was no honest, straightforward thing that you would expect Britain, the mother of parliaments, to do. This was cheap and low and criminal. And I opposed it. And I opposed it then, and I've opposed it ever since. And I'm telling you the truth. And I was warned, if I told you this state secret, my life could be forfeit.
Earlier on, you said the British government wanted the North in alliance with either of the southern region, either with the Yorubas or with the Igbos.
But
without which they cannot
they can't do it this
rule the country.
The problem was that Awolowo was a highly principled man.
Okay.
You didn't talk to Awolowo about squalid deals and fixing things. Awolowo was not that kind of person. If you read his books, this man was a world statesman. And his young lieutenant, Chief Enaharo, was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. However, they did do a deal with Zik, Dr. Azikiwe,
Okay.
from the East. Dr. Azikiwe, there was this big problem in Nigeria. It's the same big problem in America and in Britain. How do you get funds to fight elections? The candidates in Nigeria had no money, but they did have marketing boards, which were a kind of semi-nationalized industry. And they borrowed money from the marketing boards. But there was a suspicion that Dr. Azikiwe, who has formed his own bank, the African Continental Bank, was actually bankrupt. But he was borrowing very large sums of money from the marketing boards and not necessarily repaying the loans. We knew this. We had a great secret service. All the politicians was opened. Everything that any major politician did in Nigeria, we knew in hours. We watched. We knew all that was going on.
Are you saying, in essence, that Dr. Azikiwe took money?
He was blackmailed by the British to do our bidding. We told Dr. Azikiwe that he could go to prison if an inquiry was carried out into his bank and his financial circumstances. However, we would not want to be vindictive if Dr. Azikiwe was cooperative in helping forward the plans that we had made in the best interests of Nigeria. Dr. Azikiwe has nothing in common with the northern politicians. He loathed the northern politicians. But Dr. Azikiwe went north and did as he was told. And what he was promised was this. The real power, effective power, would be in the hands of the northern emirs. However, it would look great if the president was Dr. Azikiwe and he was given a field marshal's uniform and an admiral's uniform. He asked, please, could he have a row of medals? But they said, well, no, that was a bit difficult, to get the medals. So when the ambassadors started arriving, he was known to be asking people from foreign countries, perhaps they had a medal for his uniform. We thought this was terrible, but it was said that this happened. He was very vain. And for a time, he functioned as first the Governor General, and then when Nigeria became a republic, as the president. But he had no power. And when he did try to tell the army, he said, I'm the field marshal, the army has got to do this. They said, hey, you're just a ceremonial figure. You have no power. The Prime Minister, Balewa, gives us our orders. So there was a feeling then that there was going to be trouble. And then it was because the Awolowo and the Action Group had become the official opposition. What we British wondered, how could they win another election without the British counting the votes? There could not be another proper run election without us there. We knew what we were doing. We were just helping things along. You know, we were doing what the British do, favouring our friends and looking after our own and repaying favours. We don't call that corruption.
Right. I mean, in essence, what Dr. Azikiwe did, it was forced by the British government to do it.
Yes.
Collecting money from the marketing board then.
Yes.
So if any politician here in the United Kingdom tried to do that,
Be in jail.
it will be in jail. So why did the British government refuse to take action
Because
or comment on
if
it?
we nipped it in the bud, because we knew it was happening, it was even happening in, let me be fair, in the West with the Awolowo. They were taking some money. They meant to repay it perhaps, but they were taking money. And I would have said, issue a warning now and say, you know, you've got to behave, because if this is allowed to go on, it'll be a major offence. However, before they actually ran the 1959 election, they needed money for the North and for the NCNC, Dr. Zick, to fight the election. So what they did, my senior officer, Major Bunker, went around, was ordered by the Governor General to go to all the major British firms and international firms, Ford, UAC, Leventis, all these firms, and raise money for a slush fund to enable Chief Okoti Igbo, together with the North, to fight the 1959 elections. The North got most of their money from the native authorities. This was looked on by the British as being okay. This wasn't corrupt because we were friends of the North. And if they tried this in the West or in the East, we might have said this was corruption. But because it happened in the North, the native authorities' public money was poured into the government party, the NPU. So this obviously was a terrible fiddle. We were discriminating against the southern politicians in favour of these northern emirs. What we saw was that this would not be the first act of treachery. They would have to smash the Action Group, because the Action Group was strong. And in a fresh election, they would be sure to win. They were pretty honest and regular guys, and a lot of the British quite admired Awolowo for his brain power. And they admired Chief Inahro, who was a bit cheeky and young and spirited. And they were both quite admired, you know, as they was like right-wing Labour people, nothing revolutionary. And so a great deal of money was raised by my senior officer, Major Bunker, before the 1959 election. And this was money put up by United Africa, by Ford, Shell, BP, and my wife, who was the personal assistant to the general manager of BP Nigeria. She's not going to tell you anything because she was a confidential secretary. I can only tell you that we were very well informed on some of the hanky-panky that was going on in Lagos.
Having revealed now that the election of 1959 was rigged, the census figure were cooked, I don't know if you have been following the ongoing in Nigeria today.
Yes, of course.
The last general election,
Yes.
the 1979-1980 election, I mean, in which Azekwe was the beautiful bride, and I mean,
But I have to tell you, sir, that I'm not going to comment.
Okay.
I cannot interfere in Nigeria's domestic politics. I'm a historic figure. I do keep up, naturally, because I love Nigeria, and I've kept up with its history of its assassinations and military coups and dictatorships for 50 years. And this has been one of the biggest tragedies in world history, because this potentially was one of the greatest nations on earth. Nigeria was packed with educated, decent people who wanted to serve their country.
Since you lost that job that the government threatened or went behind you to say that you were disloyal to them and you were fired, have you ever worked any other place since?
Have I?
Have you worked in any other company
Yes.
since?
I didn't go to Oxford in the usual way. I came from a very poor family and left school when I was 13 years old. And I served a factory apprenticeship as an engineer, which is very unusual for an Oxford undergraduate. At Oxford also, I trained as a social worker. I'm a fully qualified social worker. So although, and as a personnel officer too, although the government stopped me working when I returned to this country and I was quite ill, I did a lot of voluntary work from this time on, both in the medical field, in the field of young girls. We also had campaigns on comprehensive schools. So I've kept very busy over the decades, although I have been kept out of employment quite deliberately. And when I did take up work, the government came after me and behaved abominably. And they did the most appalling things. They framed me with money missing. When I worked as a humble postman, after I'd worked as a personnel officer, I delivered the post to the workers who I'd employed. And they forced me out of that. They framed me. And later, when I was working in a labour exchange, they used the foulest methods to get me out of work. They told me they would. They said, the Governor-General said, unless you do what I say, you will never work.
And a very good morning to the Saturday morning broadcast. We do the anthem, but today's date is the 10th day of October 2020, and the time is exactly 8:58 a.m. in London. My name is Olayomi Koiki, and I hope you've enjoyed that short documentary that we're going to be reviewing along this morning broadcast. Welcome if you've just joined us, and I hope you've had enough energy to last for the next 3 hours. For those in Nigeria, the reason why we've got the mixed LR, in case you might want to save a little bit of your data, you can also listen to this broadcast live on the mixed LR. All you need to do is search for Koikimedia. Presently, we have few people that are currently watching or listening rather. We go straight with the anthem, and then we would take the usual, the prayer from the three most important religion from the southwest, the Christianity, the Muslim, and likewise our tradition. You will not use my platform to wash down any religion or any of our religion that we practice. If you have any issue with any of those religion, I suggest you take them to the court and deal with that problem. We will talk about them, but you will not castigate them in a manner or ways because you have issues with them. They have a role to play, but we also have a role to play to explain to them the reason why, if what happened in 1959 and at the back of your mind you think it has all done and dusted in 2020, the North are still in charge of the country. They will continue to be, and the only way we can come out of that is a peaceful, and I tend to use that carefully because I know it's not going to work. If they've been able to Maradona us in 1959 election as well, we might be talking on that. I'm sure a lot of you thought Hope 93 would bring that change, but we never saw that change because we knew what eventually happened after that election in 1993. Was it again the colonial master that gave the order? I don't know. Maybe you have something to say. Sit back, relax, and let's take you on the drive for the next 3 hours. A very good morning once again, or good morning, good night, or good afternoon, because we are all living in a different time zone. Let's listen. Very soon, I will have the scroll bar of the anthem. A lot of people have asked for it. We would have that on very soon. But for now, I expect you to have learned this little short verse that is less than 3 minutes of the most important part of the Yoruba of today, the anthem of the Yoruba. Tẹ̀síwájú ọkọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ òye bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo adúláwọ̀. When we are said or we are told in that anthem, pé àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo adúláwọ̀, you can tell that that ìmọ́lẹ̀ has been having a big problem as far back as 1959. What you watched there was not a documentary that is kind of a Netflix. It's the reality of what the colonial master, that a lot of you do not want us to talk about them sometimes, so people get a little bit, when we mention the British, one way or the other, some people feel like, oh, don't mention the British. Let's leave them alone because they are not the problem. I always say to them, on my show, I am not scared of any one of them, whether it's the British, it's the American, it's the Japanese, it's the China, it's the Russia. Look, I am not scared of any one of them. What will be, will be. If you're scared of them, it's the same mess that we are going through that the next generation will go through. So it's better we kill that fear by saying, oh, don't mention the British because our problem is not the British anymore. The British has left us as far back as 1960 when they hand over to us. So that means we are the ones to be dealing with that problem. We shouldn't bring them and talk about them. But let's talk about the foundation of where the problem started. The root cause of our problem that we refuse to talk about. But before we go into that, those of you that knows the number, I would only allow the call for the prayer. Please, when you call, you are only giving us that prayer. It doesn't matter, 5-10 people can call and give us the prayer, but please do not call and say, oh, no, let us pray first. It is very, very important that we end the evil that have been manifested inside a Yoruba nation that is not allowed to bring back up. Ìgbésẹ̀ tá à ń gbé nísìn, a fẹ́ gbé ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjíire dìde, and we have enemies around the world that will never want us to do that. And they will do anything to the last length, and we are ready for them as well. They will do spiritually, physically, they will attack from every angle, but we are prepared for them because we know. Àfi tó bá jẹ́ pé ntẹ́mi gbé dání, irọ́ ni mò ń pa. But tó bá jẹ́ pé ntẹ́mi ń sọ lórí òtítọ́, lórí òdodo ni mo dúró lé, they will only attempt, but it will never come true. Let's take this prayer call that is coming through. A very good morning, Ekaro. Ekabo Soreto.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Ẹgbẹ́ wọn sókè.
Mr. Koiki. Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun, Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ ká rí yín pẹ́.
Àmín fọ́lọ́run.
Gbogbo ètò tẹ́ ń dáwọ́lé náà, Ọlọ́run bàbá láàánú á jẹ́ kí ó yọrí sí rere.
Àmín.
Lílọ bíbọ̀ yín kò ní bọ́mọ aráyé nú.
Àmín.
Gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin tájọ́ ọmọ Yorùbá, gbogbo ohun tí àwọn pátá Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kó wá sí ìmúṣẹ.
Àmín.
Ọlọ́run nábì lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run.
Àmín.
Ọlọ́run àwọlá àwọn tó kọ́kọ́ tẹ̀lé Yorùbá dúró. Ọlọ́run àwọlá pásítọ̀ tó wà nílùú Yorùbá. Ọlọ́run àwọlá àwọn mùsùlùmí tó wà nílùú Yorùbá. Ọlọ́run á bá wa fi ń ká àwọn pátá, Ọlọ́run á gbé sí wa lọ́wọ́.
Àmín.
Ọlọ́láhùlá wàlá kò wá gbogbo ìgbìyànjú tẹ wọ́n á sí pátápátá tó rọ́pò lọ́pọ̀ èèyàn wà tó ń bínú yín. Ọlọ́run ní kí fún wọn ṣe. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń ṣe tínú wa ń dùn, tí ọkàn wa ń balẹ̀, tí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń ṣe tó dẹ̀ fún àwa náà ní ọkàn àtagbára láti jẹ́ pé ká lè máa kún yín. Ọlọ́run ọba náà á wọlá dé àsìkò yìí, á bá gbàdúrà ìdí báyìí lọ. Gbogbo ohun tí ẹ wá ń sọ fún gbogbo ilé pátá, Ọlọ́run á bá wa kó sí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá lọ́kàn tí ò tí ì gbà. Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kí wọ́n yí padà láti mọ títọ́ ọ̀rọ̀. Ọlọ́run ọba á jẹ́ kí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá nation, Oòduà nation kó bọ́ sí. Ọlá nàbí lọ́dọ̀ lọ. Ọlá wàlá kó wá tá ilé abilá ọlá bisimilayi wà fún wa. الله أي الصمد باقي كنا باقي ده أتبكنا بالله وسجد برسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يا سلك أحمد أسألك بحير حبيبك سلكرام أنت رحمني ورحمني يا الله يا الله يا الله أنت رسالك فارسكني يا الله يا الله بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد الفاتح وكل قراءة من سبقنا صراط الآت والهادي إلى صراطك المستقيم وعلى آله وقدر أمثال عظيم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Alhamdulillah. Ẹ ṣé gan bàbá wa. Ẹ bá ń kí àwọn ọmọ mi àti ìyàwó ní tó ń dún lábẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, ẹ bá ń kí gbogbo lé. Ṣé gan ni, thank you very much. All right. Let's get more prayer in from our Christian brothers and sisters. Please let us call +4475 9405097. That is the number that will bring you here and let us do what we do best. We are peace-loving people, the Yorubas. We've lived together with the Christian, with the Muslims, with the Onisheshe. We've all lived in buildings. We've eaten in the same soup, in the same pot. But the evildoers have come in and they want to break us apart. But we will not allow that.
Ìbáwọn tó tẹ́ lọ sí òkèèrè o, ìbáwọn tó ṣílẹ̀ kọjọ́ òní, mo fi bá fún Ọlọ́run ọba Olódùmarè o. Mr. Koiki, ní bọ́ sáyé lọ́wọ́ o. Gbogbo ẹnikẹ́ni tó bá ní òkú tẹ máa gbé gbà nílẹ̀ Oòduà, Olúwa ẹ̀, èṣù láàlú ògiròkò, ẹbọra tíjẹ́ látọpa, abáwaṣẹ iná mọ́ṣẹ́ o. Ọlọ́run wá wọlá wípé èṣù onílé méjì tí ń gbé yàtọ̀ sóríta. Gbogbo ẹnikẹ́ni tó bá ní Oòduà nation yóò ní ṣe gbà fún wa. Láṣẹ ìgbìmọ̀ láṣẹ àwọn ìyá mi òṣùwọ̀n ìgbàpá náà wo lókìkí òun. Àwọn ìyá mi arúgbáṣọ má balẹ̀. Lẹ́yìn wákàtí ọ̀wọ̀ Olúwa ẹ̀ má máa fi ṣùtù lóyìn ni o. Gbogbo ẹnikẹ́ni tó bá ti ń lọ́wọ́ aburú sí Oòduà nation kí ní òdò sí àwọn àgbàgbọ́ wọn nínú abímọ kúkọ kì í dùn inú ní dùn gbọdọ̀ alẹ́.
I think that's just a network issue. That should be back. It's just a network from Nigeria. I'm going.
Gbogbo ẹnikẹ́ni tó bá ní àní lọ́nà lọ lórí Oòduà yìí lágbára ẹlẹ́dàá Olúwa sọnù ni o. Tó bá ṣiṣẹ́ lọ tó bá fojú ọwọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ afẹ́yìn dànù. Ètò tẹ́wá gbé kalẹ̀ yìí kò ní bàjẹ́ kò ní dàrú. Lọ́lá bàbá mi Ajíbọ́lá Ẹ̀mẹ́tọ́ gbogbo àwọn àjúṣe fún yín o. Ọ̀nà yá ńlá o. Ọ̀nà kì í dín mọ́ lọ́kọ́. Ọ̀nà kì í dín mọ́ aládàá. Àrọ̀ ọmọ torí ìtọ́ ní balẹ̀ kó tó padà tẹnu mọ́ àwùṣẹ́ ń dífá àwùṣẹ́ tọ̀rọ̀ mílà tó lórí gbèsè.
Okay. Let's get more individuals to give us the prayer. Just trying to sort out. 1 minute. We get a few more prayers. We're still waiting for our Christian brothers and sisters. But while we are waiting, I might just put something in while I'm going to come off on the seat for just a few seconds. Since we did not get the next prayer in. Let's listen to this while I come back on the seat.
Created by the enemy of black men, where the black never civilize. Location 9, that is what it is. The country where the leader said the people's glory. They turn gay children to prostitute, and they turn boy children to terrorists. Now, terrorists on the takeover. Yoruba people say we know they do again. Say how to do our nation, that is what we want now. Freedom, 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 freedom. When the fuck they come and free us? Freedom, 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 freedom. Now, location 9 ìlú Boko Haram. Ìlú àwọn hush politician àti S-men. Fake promises every year. Fake miracle everywhere. Fake military anywhere. Now, all the dry people wanna go. The Afro people wanna go. Location 419 need to break for freedom, 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 freedom. We need the freedom, 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 freedom. Now, kusina kosomi kosende kosana kosisi kari tibilu tabilu si ha. Free education and audio. 10 million people don't poor. All my nigga need a job, they know they they see work, huh? They want to go to farm, full and near attack. Don't give me any fucking reason why we no go. Even many people say they wanna go. Freedom, 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 freedom. Freedom, 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 freedom. Tó bá gbàgbọ́ nínú ogun Republic, ẹ jẹ́ ká súnwọ́ pọ̀. I'm fighting. So kí ọjọ́ alẹ́ wa kó lè dùjọ́ yìí. Ẹ dìde ọmọ Odùduwà, let this struggle begin.
Emma Bino, I didn't realize that the volume is back. Sorry about that. The volume is back. Yeah, Ekabo sorry to Ekaro. Yeah. Egbo's okay.
Yes, God be with you.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
That's why continues praying. Then I saw your message where you said some people need some money. Then I said you send account to me. I can maybe
okay.
So that I can send some money to them, please.
All right, no problem. We'll do that. All right, I should go, sir. Go ahead, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I read a second king.
You have the time. When it's a prayer, we are not in a hurry. Take your time.
Okay.
Take your time,
okay,
sir. Yeah.
Yes. Second King chapter 7. It said then, from verse 1, it said then Elisha said, hear the word of the Lord. Thus says the Lord, tomorrow about this time, a seah of fine flour shall be sold for a shekel, and 2 seahs of barley for a shekel, at the gate of Samaria. So an officer on whose hand the king lent answer, and the man of God, and said, look, and he said, look, if the Lord will make a window in heaven, would it still be? And he said, in fact, you shall see it. And the man of God replied him, you shall see it with your eyes, but you shall not eat of it. That would be for the enemy of Odudua. They will see it with their own eyes. If they don't take time, they will not eat of it. This thing will come to pass as God liveth, as we live it. It has been ordained spiritually. God said we are going to get our nation's back. And God will do it in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen. Amen.
God deliver them. You people are our Moses that God sent to come and deliver us, and we are going to be delivered by God's grace in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen.
So they pray for you as the intention for program. We call Allah Matila in the Lord Jesus.
Amen.
God will make way, God will protect you and your family in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen.
It is well with you, it is well with your family in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen. Amen. I shall go on, sir.
We
do that. Ben, I'll do that. We do that. Yeah. I shall go on, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Thank you, Modupelawo gbogbo ile nkan. As we embark on a journey that should have been completed maybe in 1959, but we could not get it done. Let's say something clearly. Regardless of whoever has committed a kind of atrocity among the Yorubas, some people will say, if a Yoruba cannot commit offense, it's understandable. But it is time now that we start also asking some of those questions. What happened to that June 12, 1993 election? Oh, everybody probably has not remember. Sorry, we lost the audio for about a few seconds there after that music. I do apologize. As you can tell, when you're walking on your own and there's a bit of, in and out, but I do apologize. But what I was saying there was before that audio sound was gone. Those on Instagram will have picked the audio and those on MixLR. But those of you watching on all our different platforms will do not add that bit of what I said. I was just reminding ourselves that this is also an opportunity to end what is currently holding us to bondage. We will touch on different areas, but I'm also going to talk about the poll and the petition. We started on that yesterday. But we will start on the latter note. What next? Who are those enemies? People will say, oh, the colonial masters have left us alone. It is now up to us to decide how we move forward. Do you believe that? Ṣé òtítọ́ nìyẹn àbírọ́? Ṣé òtítọ́ nìyẹn àbírọ́? Let me quickly just remind us of this video. 1993. Hope 93 is called then. He has his own faults, but he's a Yoruba man. But that same incident that we saw of 1959, I believe played again in 1993. A very good morning to each and every one of us. I will mention a few names that I can see on the thread. I say good morning to all our Biafra brothers and sisters. We respect you so much. But understand that, like I always say, my people, my Yoruba people will call and they will speak in our local language. I might speak in English, and I have the reason why I do more of English, because I'm speaking with the international community. They are watching. The CIA, the MI5, every one of them are watching because they know that there's a problem that we want to solve. Let me tell you, they are watching. You might not understand. I know what I'm talking about. I am the other person at the last end that receive and know what is happening in and out of a broadcast. Don't worry, you might not see them in the Nema name that you would think. Even they might be bearing a Yoruba name, but they are watching and they watch it live. A very good morning. We have another caller. A very good morning calling from by Imo. I know the name. It's come up already. Ekaro. Hello, caller. Sometimes network issue. Hello, caller.
Hello, good morning.
Ekaro.
Michael.
All right, it's going in and out. Okay. Latibo. Hello, Mr. Michael. Your line is going in and out. Ẹ má sọ̀rọ̀ lọ because line yẹn ó fade. Mo ní láti mọ̀ tẹ́ bá wà ń bẹ́ tán, àmọ́ láti disconnect yẹn, ẹ̀yin má sọ̀rọ̀ lọ. All right, very sorry, Mr. Michael. You might want to. You can still call for prayer, but do not call yet because you will literally be stopping the presentation that I have this morning. And when I'm talking, I don't want to forget anything. I want to remind us of a video. I'm sure you remember this man. Oh, sorry. Let me take this one off. Sorry. Let's remove that one. You remember this man? Late Chief M.K. Abiola. Who remember him? A lot of people remember him for different reasons. It's understandable. ITT, he stopped Awolowo, he did that, he did that. We know that. Repetition of the same event right from 1959. That's Adetokunbo Moba. This is an interactive platform. I read a comment as we go along. I say good morning to you all from Canada, from America, from Oman, Libya. Do you remember this man? Can somebody just call and give me a description from your own into Monipa Babai? This is MK Abiola. I just want about maybe 3 calls. Anyone can call, please. 79 before I release that audio. Can anyone just call me and tell me, what do you know about late MK Abiola? It doesn't matter whether the good, the bad, the ugly. It doesn't matter. Just call us and tell us. Watching from Hamburg. Thank you very much. Switzerland. We have people watching from Japan. You can tell us where you're watching from. I will recognize it as well. I can read all the comment that is coming through. I can tell you that. Thank you very much, Eunice Ladipo. What do you want me to send? You got to explain it. I don't know what you want to send. Okay, we have a caller that might want to tell us something about late Chief MQ Abiola. A very good morning, Mr. Taiwo. Good morning to the show.
Yeah, good morning. How are you?
Ekabo,
do you want me to speak in yes?
No. Itoba wana tokoyin ni. Ekabo, sorry to.
MQ Abiola was shoot Kasimawu Olawale Abiola. Yeah. Right? Nígbà tí gbogbo bí wọ́n ṣe ṣe rìn ní ayé wọn gbogbo ẹ̀ kò séèyàn tí ó mọ̀.
Kábíyèsí Ọlọ́run.
Wọ́n dẹ̀ try láti kó gbogbo èèyàn mọ́ra. Ìgbà tí nígbà tí kò nítorí politics yìí, ìgbà tí wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ní ITT, dáwọ̀ sẹ́yìn tó parí ní Scotland, wọ́n ṣe ACC, wọ́n dẹ̀ wá sílé. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú àwọn company náà ni wọ́n gbà wọ́n. Bàbá àwọn education àwọn bàbá Awólọ́wọ̀ náà ni wọ́n benefit. Gbogbo yẹn ìtàn ni. Ṣùgbọ́n ìgbà tí ọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú ṣẹlẹ̀, tí àwọn náà dẹ̀ tó ní ITT tó ń pò ní ITT gbogbo everything tó brilliant. Tí Ọlọ́run sì gbé wọn, wọ́n dẹ̀ mú owó yẹn, wọ́n dẹ̀ fi ń ṣe oríṣiríṣi. Ìgbà tí politics dé, àwọn náà bọ́ sí ààyè politics. Wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí láti 1970. I've been following since 1979. Ìgbà tí wọ́n ṣe the constitutional conference in 1979, just when we are not in our camp. Politics. Wọ́n try láti máa divide wa, wọ́n lè lu àwọn kan. Tango àwọn Hausa wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lò wọ́n. Ṣùgbọ́n pẹ̀lú gbogbo ẹ̀ náà, gbogbo owó tí wọ́n ní wọ́n ṣe ní ITT o, wọ́n da bíbélì sómi, wọ́n ṣe oríṣiríṣi irọ́ ní gbogbo ẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n láti gbé àpótí orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. Ẹni tó dẹ̀ wà lórí oyè Babangida tó kúrò. Wọ́n gbé àpótí àti gbogbo àwọn politician Nàìjíríà wọ́n kóra wọn jọ, wọ́n ti ẹlẹ́jọ́. Kóra wọn jọ, wọ́n ṣe oríṣiríṣi, wọ́n káàkiri pẹ̀lú àkàbàtúbà. Gbogbo àwọn ènìyàn àti Yorùbá àti Igbo àti Hausa á ṣe mítìnì, wọ́n wí election dé. Governor, I mean the vice president. Pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ náà, Babangida ó ní pé kò sí problem. Election yìí lọ, inú gbogbo wa dùn. Ó wọlé. Ó di kan pé the election has been announced. Ó parí. Ibi tí wàhálà ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn. Ṣé bí Yorùbá àti Hausa, ṣé bí bàbá Awólọ́wọ̀ àbí ṣé bí bàbá MKO náà ló lọ parí ìjà fún àwọn Sultan of Sokoto? Wọ́n ń gbà yẹn gbogbo nǹkan tí bàbá yìí ṣe, gbogbo ẹ̀ wọ́n dàbí ẹni pé kò jẹ́ nǹkan kan. Pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ náà gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ, wọ́n fi da Yorùbá rú. Àwọn kan kóra wọn tó bá gbàgbé àrẹ àná kò ní rẹ́ni bá ṣeré.
Àgbọ́yé lẹ́ni mẹ́pa.
Ṣé ọyẹ yín bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn?
Àgbọ́yé.
Ṣùgbọ́n ìgbà tí àwọn ènìyàn náà bàbá ìgbà tó wìn ní election ó mọ̀ ó kó Nàìjíríà ó lọ sí Amẹ́ríkà ó lọ sí ìlú òyìnbó. Ó kà bẹ̀bẹ̀ àwọn pípù iná ni wọ́n ti títí tó fi padà. Bàbá MKO ó jẹ́ni tó yẹ pé tó bá ti ń ṣe nǹkan ó ń bojú ẹ̀yìn. Ìgbà kan sọ pé ta ló máa lọ dúró sí ẹnu tírẹ́ẹ̀nì tó ń rọ̀ ìgbà yẹn wọ́n wà ní ìlú òyìnbó ìgbà tó ṣe ń fà wọ́n tó ní kán máa bọ̀ kán wá kílèmù election wọn. Ìgbà tí wọ́n dé ẹ̀sìn bẹ́ẹ̀ òkè bàbá yìí òkè ìlú mi ni ọmọ MKO ó lè fojú ẹ̀ tọrọ.
ẹja tún fẹ́ lómi láyé ẹja tún fẹ́. Okay. All right. Anybody more? Few more comments that are coming through. Thank you very much, Baba Frank Bello. Your caller is talking nonsense. He does not know anything. He's an efufufele. Okay. Let's take another caller. We'll take a few more. And there's an area that we're going on this show this morning. Mr. Sunday Ayodele is calling. A very good morning. Mute the background here. I'm going inside. Ẹ má tún gbọ́ tinú ilé, ẹ má gbọ́ tinú ilé rárá. Ẹ mute yẹn pátápátá. Ẹ lè máa wojú mi nínú ẹ̀, but ẹ má jẹ́ kí volume yẹn wà lókè. Ẹ lè máa wojú mi.
Yeah, let's put sentiment aside.
Okay.
Moshood Abiola is a very nice man.
Okay.
Okay, I've been trying to get into your shows for many times.
But because
of maybe work. Abiola is a learned man.
Okay.
A very, very nice man to the core.
Okay.
He's a chartered accountant. He was a chartered accountant. Okay.
Okay.
But what people don't know is that in life, nobody is ever perfect.
Okay.
He has his own shortcomings. He might not be liked by everybody.
Okay.
He might have offended one family or the other because of politics.
Okay.
But as a human being, I think he's a perfect human being.
Okay.
For in Nigeria, for some, he was loved by the Hausas.
Okay.
Loved by the Yorubas.
Okay.
Loved by the Igbos.
Okay.
Loved by the Christians and the Muslims.
Okay.
What else are we talking about?
Okay.
So for me, I think people misunderstood him.
Okay.
Based on religion and whatever.
Okay.
Or maybe what he might have done. He embezzled ITT. He does that. Who has the proof?
Okay.
We can only merit him or gauge him or measure him with what we know. What we don't know are just yeses.
Yeses. Okay. Whispering.
So for me, I am saying Abiola is a good man.
Okay.
Because for him, of course, cut across all Nigeria.
All right.
It's not a mean feat.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
All right.
I'm enjoying your program.
Thank you very much.
We'll be participating.
All right.
As thank you very much.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir. Once again, I respect our big. I call him not just a man. He's also a wizard on his own. During the show, where I want us to think of now, we've watched that documentary. Let's rewind back a little bit. Remember, I'm not going to play it again. If you've missed that, I'm just going to pause it. This is Aaron Smith. Okay, we have another caller. I'm going to take one more caller, but hello. Yeah, it's okay. Awan here.
Mo wí pé àkíyèsí yín sí ibi kan ní Kwara State tí mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ kẹ́ bá wa sọ fáwọn chief Sunday Igboho àti Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà lórí wọ́n pe ibẹ̀ yẹn ní Ilisa Bàbá wọ́n ti pariwo lórí.
Ṣé n tí a lè ẹni sùúrù kan tó di pé ẹ máa mọ̀ pé orí live show ni mo wà ṣé n tẹ́ fẹ́ sọ tí ẹ lè bá mi sọ lẹ́yìn ni àbí n tẹ́ fẹ́ kí gbogbo èèyàn gbọ́ pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ torí ẹ mọ̀ pé kò ọ̀dà.
So
because ẹ mọ̀ pé kò ń ṣe gbogbo.
mo ní pariwo ẹ̀ lórí live tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ náà torí táwọn Fúlàní yẹn ṣe fún wọn níbẹ̀.
Okay.
Tí wọ́n dẹ̀ tó ń ṣe fáwọn ọmọ wọn dára bẹ́ẹ̀ láwọn ìgbèríko kan nílùú Ìlọrin tó jẹ́ Kwara State.
Okay. All right.
Nǹkan ó ṣe kókó ẹjọ́ tó lọ́ọ́ bá wà kàn sí sí ẹjọ́.
Okay. All right. I want to understand that not everything needs to go into a live broadcast. This is a live show, and people are watching carefully, listening from all over the world. Intelligent people. Let me tell you that I've received calls and I know what I'm talking about, and I also that is something brewing. They know that we are untangling a lot of things that people look. Sometimes you go and watch somebody's show, your head will go bust. That is because we are now in the tech age where we can bring things down as quickly as possible and then you can highlight it. Remember, look at this picture. Let's show you something else again. Who remember these? I'm sure you all remember these. You remember these? Okay. Just put these. Remember where we started with Aerosmith. We won't go into the video anymore, but just remember this. Each time I come here, I would just want you to see it, but I'm not going to go back into it. We started with that documentary at the beginning of the show. So I'm going to come back here. Now, the reason why I wanted to get a gauge, I did say, good or bad, of what MKO Abiola was. Don't be real of this watch. Yes, you're quite right, Mr. Frangelo. We already played that at the beginning of the show. Also, like I always say, it's an interactive platform. I read all the comments as it's coming through. People are watching from UAE, all over. Let's watch this 1 minute 36 seconds of MKO Abiola that we're going to play the less than 30 seconds of Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. We're going to talk about it. So let's release that audio from this. I'm going to mute my mic. Don't worry, I'll remember to unmute it back again so that there will not be any kind of echo.
Our postponements and cancellations too. The country knows how busy and how otherwise occupied I've been all my life. Knowing fully well the misfortune of other distinguished Nigerians in the recent past, I made the wildest possible consultation and sought assurances that I would not be chasing shadows. These assurances were given, in some cases from the highest level of government. I consulted the president himself, and he gave the assurance himself that this time around he was serious. I was therefore convinced that the commitment to civilian rule come August 27, 1993. I could not imagine that the purported transgressions of the judiciary could possibly today. Nigerian polls crowd as democracy is put on hold. Nigerian general voice vote blocking civilian rule. I will give you copies of all this. The International Observer Group said so. NEC itself says so. They know it and they said it. In his affidavit to the Court of Appeal in Kaduna, NEC said the results were already unknown. I won.
Okay, he won, but he was never there. We're going to post that. Then I have a caller now by the name of Mr. Frank Bello. A lot of you know him very well. People know him for different reasons as well. But a lot of us have also known him as a man that have stand. And welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you, Koiki. How many minutes have I got?
Take as much of your time because we need to all learn, and I might learn from you. People might disagree with you. I might disagree with you, but go ahead We are not in a hurry. Go ahead.
Right. Now, first and foremost, history has been taken away from Nigeria. That's number one. Number two, education has been destroyed in Nigeria. If you look at the quality and the caliber of university graduates being chunked out of Nigerian institutions, are completely in a million years compete effectively for jobs anywhere in the world. That's number two. History, education destroyed means a lot of people in Nigeria 20, 25 years are in darkness and they cannot see beyond what they are seeing. The issue of FKO and your previous caller that twisted it probably was looking at everything from the sideline and was unable to gaze his nose into the working patterns of how these people at the top think and reason, because they don't think and reason the ordinary man. These guys are friends. Now, I was disturbed because, like I always say, and I have documentary evidence and literary pieces and materials to buttress my argument in search of truth. June 12, in particular, I witnessed over £20,000 investigating June 12 because that journey took me on a very long, dangerous activity across Nigeria, traveling by road from north to east, west to south, trying to interview those that were involved in that annulment. May I say that I, for one, I have never been and will never be an MKO Abiola fan. Let me tell you once again, one of MKO Abiola, I'm not going to mention her name. Her son was educated here in England. In fact, her son, Itaiwo, is listening to this program. Who did know the person I am talking about? On an occasion, because of the job he wanted, and Buki Taiwo was equally advising the same son. I should hate anything Abiola. Reason I'm not one of Abiola's fans was because I followed tactfully, and I mean tactfully, how his first wife, Simbiat, spoke to Ajoke Mohammed, whose husband was the military head of state at the time. Mohammed to help the husband, MKO. Murtala Mohammed was the one that sorted out MKO Abiola. Number one. Number two, MKO Abiola, nobody knew Awolowo was the one that approved the scholarship. MKO studied accountancy as part of that scholarship that the old Western region, through its educational board, award to their brilliant student. That competition to award that scholarship. And Olusegun Obasanjo the former president. Obasanjo felt so sad. They were both from the poor background. MKO Abiola, my hat's off to MKO, very smart, very intelligent man, despite the fact that he came from a very, very, very poor background. But with distinction, people tried to convince Chief Awolowo, who was in charge of scholarship in the Western region, to award that scholarship to Obasanjo. Now, begin to tailor the future. Chief Awolowo refused and then said, how on earth is he going to leave a child that passed with distinction and then award scholarship to $1? Chief Awolowo awarded the scholarship to the right candidate. So, in other words, Abiola was one of the beneficiaries of the education in Western region and the award that came with being a smart and brilliant student. He came back. Things did not move right, but suddenly the connection kicked in. How MKO Abiola grasped up his spot with prostitutes in an hotel, and he was the general manager, and how he came over to England and then played the tape for the world to see, and only for the chairman of ITT to hang himself to death. Remember this song that was aimed at MKO Abiola because that was where MKO Abiola started to raking his money. Now, fast forward. MKO Abiola has sponsored numerous military coups, minus Dinta and Okaku. The coup to topple Shehu Shagari was sponsored by MKO. The coup was sponsored by MKO. 1993, Project Hope. I was totally against MKO Abiola. But before 1993, let's talk about 1979. That he wanted to team up with Baba Awolowo. Baba Awolowo, being a very clean, decent man, does not want somebody who's polluted or who's up shoulders with him on the political front. That was why you got Chief Richard Akinjide, MKO himself, pitching their tent with the Fulanis in the north. Just MKO Abiola equally brought in Delegiwa from the Washington Post, from the New York Times, and then established the National Concord and the Sunday Concord here, as at that time, to combat Chief Awolowo's influence. MKO Abiola was part and parcel in conjunction with Chief Richard Shehu Shagari and all of them, Dr. Wahab Okumu, they all framed up 12 to 3rd War in 1979. Now, again, Obasanjo, a culprit, who was head of state at the time, said emphatically before 1979 general election, to which that was the first time, I casted my own ballot in an election, and I was a UPN man. Of the same quality, not quantity, quality education that Chief Awolowo introduced in the Western region, which molded to be able to compete and then taught many other people in the world today. Okay, so 12 to 3rd was 12 to 3rd of 19th state, and then gave the mantle to Shehu Shagari. Abiola was promised by the Fulani Caliphate the next chairman or the next presidential candidate after Shagari. Chief Adisa Akinloye, it was practically impossible. And Abiola was messed up. So remember, Abiola used National Concord to his fellow Yoruba man by teaming up with the North. Now, where did Concord today? Where? National Concord. The same Delekwa that was drafted in to come and knock down the power of the Nigerian Tribune and Sunday Tribune, to which that was Chief Awolowo's media outfit for the Western region. Where are all those people? Delekwa subsequently was bombed. He was bombed. Delegiwa was bombed. Who were the first two people to arrive at that hospital? Ask yourselves. ML and Chief Shegun Oshoba. Shegun Oshoba was the managing director of Daily Times. So, why? Arriving that day, I showed the picture. I showed the remembered body of Delegiwa in one of my. Now, Hope 1993. This man talking that he will bring hope to the hopeless. Who made Nigeria hopeless? Who were part and parcel? As you were a beneficiary, you equally made that country hopeless. Then came what about Samuel Doe's money? Several billions of dollars that Samuel Doe stole. Was given to MKO. Babangida was sanctioned in the West as at that time, so he could not transfer anything. Neither Maria. Millions, not billions. Millions, several millions. Handed over to Symbiad deposited the millions of dollars of Samuel Doe money into England. Unfortunately, Symbiad died. When Symbiad died, and subsequently, Samuel Doe was killed in Liberia. MKO to demand for Samuel Doe's money so that he can hand over that money to his family to look after themselves. The reply, Symbiad is there. He gave the money to Symbiad. Symbiad son, who inherited this election came. When election came, true, he went to IBB. But IBB wanted a payback. IBB advised me to go. Remember, before Simbiat died, Simbiat banned Abiola not to partake in politics. So, Babangida wanted an avenue whereby Abiola will turn part of Samuel Doe's money into his possession. They didn't do. Unfortunately, Babangida had thought, MKO will lose. But as fate would have it, MKO, remember, he's practically married to every woman in and obviously because of that money that he had already amassed and his continuous in military regimes after military regimes to take over power made him excessively rich. And then Radio Nigeria Corporation, he formed it to compete. Activities emerged. Now, election came. I've read many stories about some people saying, Babangida said Sonny wanted to kill me. The former Senate President David Mark, this, that. Those are, somebody just went somewhere and probably cooked up something. I tell you what, and I'm saying it now for the whole world. When I streamed the show on June 12th and I told people Obasanjo gave the military order never hand over that mandate to the humanizer. That was the statement. But unfortunately, in my quest and in my search, generally for June 12th, which I bought that in a business, that caused a friction between my wife and myself. Because I said, I'm doing it. I didn't like Abiola. We just differ in certain areas and in values. Abiola's norms and values is not the same as mine. I went, and this time, I am going to and I'm going to say to the world that I interviewed a lot of people about June 12th. I never bothered going over to Obasanjo because I knew he was the culprit. The moment I did my show Koiki of Baba Obasanjo's female friend in London, Mr. Bello, when they will show that any Obasanjo law give military order Becky Babangida and money, yes. Madam, that was the truth. The whole truth. Only say Babangida lost of me money. Let himself. I'm not going to lie. I'm giving a account. When I said, back from your story to me, I did what do you want? Put the dollar money. I'm in search of June 12. But then you won't get anything from me. But go to this, go to this. Or the best mention, more than call people out to the phone. Wait, to go and face IBB. Journalists, this to myself, anything will so will shape, will not need. And Adeshekola, I will mention Adeshekola because Adeshekola often found a lot of people that I met personally and I interviewed. And all of them, in fact, even gave me more. I will mention these two names that went with me to late Adeshekola in Ibadan. Two people went with me, Murphy Ajala and Femi Ogunjimi. I'm mentioning names so that they can cross-check. Was the one that drove me. Kumawu. And when I was in the south, because I had to leave north to come down south to go to Ibadan. When I came down south, I lodged at Metalori Hotel in Basadimash, just directly opposite my former office, the Nigerian Yellow Pages. And from there, Murphy Ajala and Femi Ogunjimi, they came, they picked me up in his Hummer to Ibadan. Àwọn méjèèjì la ti ara wọn fi gbọ́ nǹkan tí Adeshekola sọ. In the interview, I've got tapes of all the interviews with me. And Adeshekola, in the presence of Murphy Ajala and Femi Ogunjimi, said emphatically when he was alive that he will challenge, I should put it in my magazine, that he is personally challenging Obasanjo to a television debate concerning his wealth, that it's what we sorted out. Now, again, when that came up, why can't Nigerians ask themselves, after Babangida annulled June 12, did Babangida give Abiola Eddie Agros? No, because Babangida invited him to the tape of the conversation. Abiola listened. There was a gentleman agreement made between MKO, Babangida, and Sani Abacha. Babangida said he will go with all his service chiefs, with the exception of Abacha. And that Abacha, after some time, because it was the same Obasanjo that nominated Ernest Shonekan. Who is Ernest Shonekan? What is Ernest Shonekan's relationship with Obasanjo? Where is Ernest Shonekan from? An Egba man won election, and then an Egba man told his junior, who will have to obey the it was an order. That was how it was put to be. It was a military order. And a junior in the military must also. So, an Egba man gave the military order to finish an Egba man, Yoruba man, and then nominated another Egba man, a Yoruba man, to head an interim national government. Shonekan won't last with Abacha there, because Abacha has been nursing the ambition to be head of state too. And why do you think these people are always interested in that number one seat? Because of the peg of that dollar that goes with the office of being the president. Milking $1.5 million every day, 7 days a week. Chair. That is why they are killing themselves. So, who was the first person after Babangida steps aside? You show the picture. FKO was the first person to visit Sani Abacha to honor their gentleman agreement. That was the first picture. You showed it earlier on. I was looking at it and I said, a lot of people don't know why that picture was there.
Yeah, I think I'm not.
In as much as Bola Ahmed Tinubu was equally begging, Bola Ahmed Tinubu was backstabbing MKO in the back. You have a problem. And that was why I Congress last week. Yoruba race. Are we, Yoruba people, are we a difficult race to manage? Thank you, Koiki.
Thank you very much. That was Mr. Frank Bello there. Okay, this is a, I don't seem to, I'm not getting your number. Hello, good morning, caller. Your name, where are you calling from?
Hello.
Can you again? Okay, from Ireland, but Engboranye again, any lot of mute late because I can hear the echo coming back here. Okay, all right, about bones, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I've been following your show, and I mean, I must commend your effort.
No, that's fine. You can mix it. That's fine. That's fine. No problem. Yeah. Yeah, but echo bones, okay, because the voice is very low, so that my listeners can hear you loud and clear. This is a caller from Ireland. Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
There's so much to say, but I think I will reserve it for another time. But basically, how do we agitate for you to do a republic? I just want to.
How do we agitate? These are because a lot of people are saying, okay, how do we really make our way out? We know that there's organizations that are there, communicating. Let's use that way because we must have somebody communicating on our behalf with the international community, but within ourselves. As the Yoruba people around the world, we know some still want to be part of Nigeria because of one reason or the other. How do we agitate ourselves out of this country called Nigeria?
I have watched a couple of shows. Years and there was show and a couple of
yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Now I just have two contributions for this month.
Go ahead, sir.
A couple of Yoruba nation is cosmopolitan. We have Christians, we have Muslims, and we have traditional. And the kind of nation we are building in the future has to be all encompassing. And the way we set out should be such that it wouldn't be biased, it would be lopsided, that would potentially scare a group of people away. And
okay.
I'll point out something. Yes, you see that flag.
Yeah.
If somebody is there, have to Google it to find out who that particular person was. The said it's Odoku and APC got it. And the Yoruba people are the most evangelical nation on the surface of the earth. After it was the United States initially, I think that had the highest number of missionaries. About people in the power he wields around the world, he goes to the United Nations to pray for all the presidents.
Okay.
If somebody calls something like that, like the Ukraine, that has over 2,800 churches filled with white Caucasians, and the gentleman, if you video it there, this man has an office in the United Nations. He singularly led the Orange Revolution in Ukraine that threw away the Russians to Viktor Yanukovych or Viktor Yushchenko. Now you see, these people wield huge power around the world, and when they see an idol figure on the map of the country you are trying to bring them into, it potentially biased them. So I know what to do at the company. I've seen huge nationalization and I've seen terrible things happen to me in the north as a child that was mentally traumatizing. We play football with little kids who tell us they will do that. So that is my first observation on the
Okay, let me quickly correct those few things that those are not the thing to indicate that that will be the final flag or the all that you're saying there is individual just creating their own and posting it online. So it seems a lot of people are mixing this up. Even that is not the official flag. Everybody, I mean, even okay. Let me quickly put something up, Emma Sorolo, because there's another flag that is the red. These are not official ones. It's not even anything close to, from what I've been told. I'm gonna pull up something now, Emma Sorolo. There's another one that I was told that it's close to the one that we should be using, but because we all went into that, let me put it, as we were continuing with this movement, I think somewhere wherever the blue one popped up and everybody picked on that. But I've been told that the red one, which is behind me, even though I'm going to bring that up on the screen in a minute, but go ahead, let me bring that up quickly. Yeah.
Yes. So if that is not the final, we shouldn't even start with it. We should discourage it from the outset. If we haven't come up with something that is the final, then we should let the world, the Yoruba nation, know that we are still working on them, because it potentially makes the struggle subsiding.
What I'm gonna do now, while you're talking, I've got the link from the one that I'm told is registered on the UNPO. Everybody's gonna say it now. So I hope everybody that is watching me, what you're watching right now, yes, it's still the blue one that you're saying, but go ahead and then I'll come back in again into the conversation here.
That's something I respect Yoruba culture.
Yeah.
And I do Yoruba. We all speak of people and impact people. Some they become the ones who do what well became and impact the Yoruba people. People are just being residential and all of that. Now that is number one.
Okay.
The second thing is that contributing has to be very careful.
Okay.
Because don't mess this thing up. I heard some of the, I just came in, I was on call last night, I just came in, I was trying to sleep and I saw a lot of people, money is a sensitive thing. And we shouldn't allow people to tell us to contribute money because we want to give some people money to lobby their friends into signing the petition. We should rather
Okay.
the issue. They are going to make your show up. They are going to rope you into it. You know, because you don't know whether they're going to manage their own, and they're going to rope you into so many things that eventually will frustrate your self-effort. When I do contributions, I mean, from time to time,
all right.
I thought for your number this one, just single it to make a beautiful.
Wow, I do appreciate. Okay.
A lot of Nigerians, a lot of Yoruba missionaries out there who are waiting for peace to get into the right track so they can all pioneer of all of this and then if you put it right, you're able to die in the people.
Okay. Thank you very much for that contribution, and that's a very good point to note as well. And I do appreciate it, and I hope you will call back once again when you are watching the show. Let's take a few more calls. A very good morning to you all as you have joined. Quite a lot of points. We're still talking about the 1959 and the 1993 election. Like I always say, we don't really have to all agree on everything, but we can learn one or two points. Let me just play this video, and I believe this was when that announcement was played out to all Nigerians around the world. Uh,
General Ibrahim Babangida, incidentally a close friend of Abiola, has to date not given any tangible reason for the annulment of Nigeria's fairest and most peaceful presidential election.
It is true that the presidential election was generally seen to be free, fair, and peaceful. However, there was in fact a huge array of electoral malpractices virtually in all the states of the Federation before the actual voting began.
General Ibrahim Babangida, incidentally a close friend of Abiola, has to date not given any tangible reason for the annulment of Nigeria's fairest and most peaceful presidential election.
It is true that the presidential election was generally seen to be free, fair, and peaceful. However, there was in fact a huge array of electoral malpractices virtually in all the states of the Federation before the actual voting began.
that was that announcement that Babangida, that is still alive, did during that election of 1993. Quite a lot. The question now, situation in our hands now, you've just heard from the last caller. Again, a lot of people are still very skeptical with this image. This image is the one that I'm told. I just received this yesterday. What should I send the list similar on it? That this is actually what is registered. You know, a lot of people have been using the. Let me go back and show the. Let me just look for the Yoruba rally that just took place. I just want to pick up one of the images. This has been the one that it seems a lot of us have put out. But this is what I've been told that is actually registered, even under UNPO. Also, a lot of people are still very, very skeptical about this Oriolokun. Quite a lot move forward. This is the image of the flag that is registered with the UNPO. Why then is it taking so long for all these organizations, I'm talking about the Yoruba War Congress, to address some of these issues as quickly as possible? Because if we sit down here every day and we are talking, and that is me there, that's me there, you can see that everyone tends to is what I'm told is even registered with the UNPO. A very good morning to you, Oshatola Adeniyi, the warrior. Good morning, Princess Bolanle Adelanrin. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Yoruba self-determination. So much that we need to talk about every day. It's not just about the petition and the poll alone. There are some nitty-gritty that people want to start understanding before they can even get involved. And if we refuse to talk about them, we're going nowhere. Some of 1993, there will be all kind of side. It is what played out. Shenkoto play out in 1959. Nolo eventually play out in 1993 when that election was annulled. Whether the good, the bad, the ugly aspect of it, whether MKO was good, whether MKO was bad, Kimamawa Ayo Brown. I was still asking of you from Mamawa Funke Lano when I spoke to her. Let us remember that the longer we take to rectify this problem, all right, we've got another caller. We'll talk about more about the. Okay. Good morning, Sister Pokitaiwo. Yeah.
Hello, guys. I do recall I was officially engaged to redesign that flag.
Okay, so who is going to read?
Some ideas for the flag.
Okay, the question is who? No. Okay, I understand you want to redesign it, but is that?
No, I have actually designed it. I have actually put some ideas together for the national flag. In fact, the ideas.
Okay, but no. The question, what I want to know is, we're talking about the flag that will be used by millions of people. Is that in conjunction with any of those organizations, or you are just designing it on your own and then you present it to them?
No. That's why I said I was officially engaged.
By who?
I was officially engaged by the YWC at the time. And
the YWC in Nigeria? Let us get it clear. Okay.
Some other groups that I did.
Can you switch on the TV for him, please?
Yeah, because I know everybody knows me. I'm actually a professional recording. So I know about this sample, and I actually did my research before I put my ideas together. Now, with a flag has to have a meaning. It has to represent a whole nation. And I know that the concepts that I put together, I actually chose the colors. I identified those colors as why those colors should be there. Then I now went and I now did some research on some other country flags. I now matched the layout that I did amongst other flags. These are all the presentations that I put together. Now, for some reason, at that meeting, the samples that I put together was overridden, and then the one that we're using now was quickly disseminated out. So that is why everyone started using the flag that's the one with the 16 stars and the Orionoku in there. Now, with the Orionoku, I'm not saying that we can't use the Orionoku, but there is a problem with the Orionoku. It has to be, if you look at most world stars, most squared flags, whereby you don't have a grayscale image stuck on that flag. It has to be professionally illustrated so that it blends in to the look and feel of the flag. That is one. Two, you have colors on this particular official one that is very similar to the Biafra flag. Why are they using red? Why are they using the green? And why are they using black? Now, from my understanding, from our sort of, the way we see ourselves as light of the world. The colors that I suggested was green for the land, blue for our nation, and yellow for our light. Those were the samples that I put forward. Yoruba land. That was what I put together. For some reason, the whole thing went up. So we all need to go back and look at this flag, because even though they've registered this one, why do we have red? Red represents blood. Do we spill blood on Yoruba land? And to my understanding, no. Green, okay, the green fine, but the green I think is too deep. It should be sort of like a sweet green. Black, what is black? Why would we have black representing us? Black is a dark color. Not even in the national dark color speaks questions. You have to have a reason for everything. And really there are 3, 4, 5, 6, like about 7 steps. What do the 7 stars represent? We need to sit down and think of these things. You know, you need, I'm a professional person. I've got the ideas, I've got the samples put down together. And if anyone's interested in it again, as a group or as a nation, I can represent those samples that I did. Like I said, I did my research into it. So, and then you also have to take that flag and then match it against other nations. We do not want a national flag that is going to be an embarrassment to everybody collectively. So, if you take this one that they registered, match it up against other world flags. I'm sorry, professionally, that this doesn't match up. It needs to be re-looked into, you know, redesigned, and you know, think about why are we having these colors? And then the Warrior logo, is it representative of everybody? You know, we have various religions. Is it questions that we need to ask ourselves? So, I mean, that's the reason why I called it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Once again, a very good morning to everyone that have joined us. We take a short break, just for about a few minutes. And on that break, we have, let's come back to here. But I'm going to take this one off.
Smith was a young, bright, and principled Oxford University graduate who was recruited by the Colonial Office and posted to Nigeria.
About that before.
He took his final.
So what I want to show us now is just to say a quick. We take calls, but for a few minutes, please bear with me. We won't take calls for now. While I quickly just show us this. Let us appreciate this man. I know a lot of you might know or might not, but let us just say a very quick appreciation to a man that is doing his own little bit around his corner. We're all doing our own bit. I'm doing mine from the media angle. You can also do yours as well, like I am doing mine as well.
Ni ọjọ́ má lè gbàgbé ló jẹ́ nínú ayé ọmọ aráyé. Ọjọ́ tí ìyàwó á ń pariwo kó dá mi o, ó dá mi o, ó dá mi o, òun fi ti pariwo fún bàbá wa. Ọjọ́ tá a wá sáyé. Ọjọ́ tí wọ́n kíyàwó ẹgbẹ́ pé ìwú ẹ̀ kó jírin ọmọ tuntun má lè gbàgbé ló jẹ́ nínú ayé ọmọ aráyé. Ọjọ́ tó máa ń pariwo pé ayọ̀ sínú ayé. Báwa ní sọjọ́ ìbíná, àpátápàrà àti òṣèbàjà dẹni òṣèbà bínú. Bára ẹni tó bá dánwò yọ dẹni ẹ bọ́ra ni àtúwọ̀n ká ní bí wọ́n gbé dáná rọ. Ṣé bóun ní kí kan lù kan kúmọ̀ lóòrùn ọ̀dọ́mọgẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́dún ọlọ́gẹ̀. Ọmọdé tún jí ó. ni mo ń pèrí. Ìgbòho ṣá o. Owó bàbá dábì dákún gbóhùn ẹnu mi ọ̀ kékàrà kékòrò ti so níyọ̀ ní jìnnìjìnnì. Òun ní sọjọ́ bí ó lékún lọ́dún Èdùmàrè ó sì máa jẹ́ ó lékún lóore. Àkàndí wọn fẹ́rẹ̀ lé bàbá rẹ ni. Ọmọ aláàtìkún ìwọ ni mo ń ké sí. Ìwọ lọmọ ládé ládé ládé. Ìgbòho ṣá. Ìwọ lọmọ ládé 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 aláàfin ládé lọ́jọ́ ọjọ́sí. Ṣèbádé bàbádé ẹ̀mọ́lágbà fàlà yẹnyẹ bárí ẹ̀ bí. Ìran bàbá rẹ̀ sẹ́yìn lọmọ sọ́gbèje. Ọ̀ṣọ́ àkọ́kọ́ ṣe fóun ìran bàbá rẹ̀ fi ń jagun. Ajímọ̀ gbọ̀fà lẹ́yìn ní kejì. Ìran bàbá rẹ̀ tó bá gbọ̀fà lẹ́yìn ojo ní irú wọn. Lọ́sọ̀mọ́dì gbàgbọ́ lọ́wọ́ mojo. Ọ̀tá fàgbà yìí. Ariwo ọmọ sàṣọ túndé. Ìran bàbá rẹ̀ la bá wọn rò mọ́jẹ̀bi. Ọ̀tọ̀ bàbá yíyọ ọ̀tọ̀ bàbá lójú ogun lẹ́rù ayé séyọ náà bá wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́. Ìran àkókò ló jíjẹ́. Ìran láta. Lónìí káràn wo ọmọ adé ẹ̀ mọ́. Yínmíyínmí lọ́lọ́jọ́ sí àràmàdà. Àkànṣá lọ́lọ́jọ́ kò sì gbé. Agbe lójọba nílùú Dàró. Ìrọ̀lọ́sùn wọn fi tàlùkò síwájú. Lékèlékè lọ́jọba nílùú Kẹ̀fún ní Sunday Igboho. Ọkùnrin mẹ́fà tí wọ́n pè lẹ́nìkan ṣoṣo. Kànjẹ̀kànjẹ̀, takuntakun, gbọ̀ngbọ̀ràn, gbàgbọ́gì, gbàgídàrí àràmàdà yẹn tí gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ yòókù náà gà wò. Jákun jẹ́ wálé kó o mọ̀ rẹ̀. Nílé ọmọ alágbàdo dé nílé ọmọ àtàpẹ́tẹ́wọ́ ní omi ọmọ gègèlè wodò ó sànyà. Ọmọdé ẹ̀ mọ́ ìsànyà rẹ̀ ràn bàbá rẹ̀ láàrin ìdí omi kò sí nǹkan sí ilẹ̀nu. Ọmọ òkúta mẹ́ta òkè gbòó. Ọ̀kan sí ọ̀dàbọ̀ ọ̀kan ní máa rọra. Ọ̀kan yòókù nígbà tó mọ̀ gbòó mọ̀ rẹ̀ kí ló dé gbòó mọ̀ ẹ́ sí. Ọmọ òkókó sọ̀rọ̀ gbàgede gbòó sùn ọ̀ láì fi bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ìran bàbá ìjẹ́ ikú ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọmọ òkú bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ. Ẹ̀sìn bímọ méjì ní gbòó mọ̀ rẹ̀. Jẹ́sìn bá bímọ méjì ní gbòó. Káwọ́sì kan bọ̀ kó sí. Ẹ̀mú kan yòókù bọ̀ sọ̀yà. Ẹ̀mú yàrá ẹ̀sẹ̀rú wálé. Wàràmùjẹ́ ọmọ nílẹ̀ ọ̀la ló bá wa jèjì wòyí. Wọ́n ṣe ṣègéṣègé. Wọ́n láwọn oníbomi kò sí mu nílé bàbá tó bí ọlọ́mọ àwọn oníbùsàn ìyàbọ̀sẹ̀. Aládìsá ìgbà tó dúpọ̀ fírí ńkọ́. Ṣé bí gbogbo wọn ni wọ́n sáré bómi kò sí mu?
Happy birthday to Chief Sunday Igboho Osha on behalf of Koikimedia. That video was produced by the group from the United Arab Emirates. Àwọn ni wọ́n ṣe fídíò tí ẹ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wò tán yẹn. Also, the image of the cake, I believe, is coming all the way from Ibadan, where I've just received those images as well. A very happy birthday to the man that has put himself forward on behalf of the Yoruba. We take calls, but bear with me for a few minutes. Those that have been trying to call, I will take those calls, but bear with me so that we can quickly just complete this side of the broadcast. Once again, I say good morning to those of you, and on behalf of myself. Okay, it seems this caller is not going to go away anytime soon. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò.
Hello, ẹ káàárọ̀.
Ẹ rà mọ́.
Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ kú iṣẹ́.
Iṣẹ́ ni.
Hello?
I'm going.
Flag èwo nìyẹn?
Èwo náà flag yẹn lẹ rí. That is the one that I'm told is registered with the UNPO. Okay, me can even decide here.
Green and white.
I'm just told. All right. I want to the organization that will be hearing you. Like I said, that is the information that. So I'm just coming out as a media to tell what I'm told. So.
Okay.
All right. No problem. Okay. Right. We do that. Okay. All right.
Blue, white, and green with the stars.
Okay. All right. Yes, my Shigonima. Thank you very much. Oh, well, I will. I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you.
Okay.
I'll get back to you. All right.
Okay, right.
All right. Once again, happy birthday to Chief Sunday Igbowosha from this end. That video was a video produced by those. The cake that I just showed as well is also coming from Nigeria as well. Let's come back into the broadcast. Let's come back into the broadcast. We take a few more calls and then we go back into the presentation as well. A very good morning, Mr. Lukayode.
Hello, Ekaro Olagbakoiki.
How are you?
Yes, I could just protest and the rally tashi. I just want to clear some narrative about what Sister Buki said.
Okay.
These are the things that we have to be very, very careful of about the flag. I think this I will put the blame on the what do you call it, the YWC, because they are the one that they haven't come out when people are using some kind of flag. They are the one that's supposed to will have come out earlier to let the world know that this is what they register at the
UNPO. Okay.
Yeah. So the one that you show, because I'm the one that printed that one, if you remember, during the what do you call it, ROTLS.
The red one. Yeah.
I was the one that printed that one and handed over it.
Yeah, I still have it. Yeah, I have it there.
Yeah. So that one has been existent for a very long time.
Yeah.
But I can hear Sister Buki now crediting the new one to herself. You cannot just come up all of a sudden and say you are the one that designed it.
No. She says she designed one, not the one that we are using.
Yeah, but the present one, the popular one now.
She didn't design that one. She says she's got a design. Let's get it clear. Okay. She never said the one that we are using is credited to her. Let us get it very, very clear. She never said anything of such. What she said was she's designed something that can be presented. But I was trying to ask her, design, who authorized it? She said Yoruba World Congress. Yoruba World Congress from Nigeria? She said no, from UK. So which again, if we're talking about the whole Yoruba World Congress, and this is part of where, the whole structure needs to be heard. Because the Yoruba World Congress in Nigeria, we believe, is the whole chapter of is the whole organization. Then they will have chapter around the world. So, but she never said anything, regarding the flag designing herself. What happened?
So the issue like this is the one we have to be very, very careful. You have to be very, very careful. So, Maharo, Baba, kan wá síta wọ́n dẹ̀ jẹ́ kí wọ́n clarify pé èwo kankan you understand òun náà máa lò because tẹ́ bá lọ sórí tẹ́ bá type Yorùbá flag or Odùduwà flag tí bí yẹn ti wà tipẹ́tipẹ́ red yẹn. Àwọn èèyàn kan ti ṣiṣẹ́ lórí ẹ̀ how many years.
Oh yes, from what I've
been around for a very long time. So this is àwọn ọ̀tẹ́ tó máa fa èdè àìyedè ṣóyè yín láàrin ibì kan because kí ló pa arákùnrin tí mi fẹ́ dárúkọ ẹ̀rọ program yẹn kí n láì gbọ́dọ̀ àwọ̀ ẹ̀ òun ti ń condemn new one tá à ń lò yẹn ń sìn. Ṣóyè yín ó ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ tó ń condemn ẹ̀ pé àwọn ọmọ ló design ẹ̀ wá kíní kankan ṣé ọ̀rọ̀ mi yé yín. So this so yẹ ká mọ ìlú gbogbo ní the original one. So ó ṣe pàtàkì gan.
Okay, all right.
All right, thank you.
We need to get a quick clarification as quickly as possible on this issue. I know we should not be talking about the flag, but if something that we've all started using one and then this pops up again for one reason or the other, even though people say it has been there for a very long time, then we'll bear with me, those trying to call. Let me quickly read. There was a caller that I said I was going to. Okay, I think this is the caller. Okay, all right. Moa Lori live show. Moa Lori live broadcast. All right, go ahead. My caller on the show on the line now. I believe from France, Mr. Benga. Okay, seems too many calls coming in at the same time. Yeah. Can the caller from the France wait? It seems I'm getting a signal somewhere from Lagos. Please, MIT and I need to get what the situation is. Whoever is calling, can you please hold the call for now because you're disturbing. There's something I want to pick up from Nigeria that is, it might be emergency, and your call is literally interrupting that conversation. Hello, Mr. Benga from France. Can you please stop the call for now? You're literally disturbing the call that is coming from Lagos, and I need to know what the situation is. Hello? It seems there's a protest or something happening, maybe in Ikorodu, but your call that you're calling is actually disturbing it, and I have to see if I can bring it on the show. Hello? Hello? Okay, I think it's just the SARS protest that is. Okay, let me take it up from this one, and then it's just a signal from, I believe, the SARS protest that is literally ongoing. We were able to show you another, it's not very clear, but I think that's just what is happening because they're not send the signal in so that's why I wanted to know what is going on. There was a problem in Ikorodu. So it's an ongoing. Okay.
That's it.
All right, and the connection is a very poor one as well. Okay.
Political brutality, mass brutality, anti-cultism.
With the protest
that is going on in our community, we don't want it. SARS should stop killing us. They have to protect our lives and our properties.
Hello, Shongbo. Okay. There's a lot of protests going on in Nigeria all over the place. This one is in Ikorodu as we speak right now. Hello? Hello? Oh, they can't hear. That's the problem. Hello? Hello? Hello, Biola? I'm going to let that go because it's just about the NSAS. Nigeria is not working, so the NSAS is not going to work. All right, send video. So that is going on in Ikorodu. But let's come back onto the conversation here. Presently, there is a lot of situation going on in Ikorodu. We saw that in Ikeja yesterday. I believe time will tell. There's also a lot of videos that have popped up from Ogun State as well. People might start somewhere. Only the SARS ni wala emati bere. I will pick some videos and I'll upload them in a minute. But let's come back into this issue because this is what is popped up from the UNPO. And UNPO was registered, the Yoruba World Congress registered under the UNPO. But around the world, millions of people have been using something similar to this. Even though some have also complained about the... Okay, let's take a few calls quickly so that I can go back. Hello?
Hello,
Cabo Soweto.
Ọ̀rọ̀ flag yẹn ni mo fẹ́ sọ. Ọ̀rọ̀ flag yẹn.
Wọ́n
ti fẹ́ ṣe changes flag yẹn. Bàbá Akintoye ló yẹ kó jáde kó máa tóbi ṣe one person torí àwa Yorùbá gbọ́n you are not foolish. Kò kí ṣe pé èèyàn kan á kọ́ jáde á sọ pé wọ́n ti change flag lẹ́yìn ọ̀la wọ́n ti approve flag kankan. Ká mú ẹyọ kan ká máa fi ṣe kó tá à ń ṣe.
But ẹyọ kan tó mú yẹn náà là ń sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí nísìnyí. Báwọn àwọn Yorùbá World Congress tó lọ sí UNPO. Ẹni sùúrù èmi mò ń ṣètò yìí ẹ̀yin lẹ pè wọlé láti ṣàlàyé torí àwọn tó ń gbọ́ wa àwọn ni bàbá Akintoye. Yìí kí ló register. So Christian táwọn èèyàn sọ nìyẹn pé if they have registered this, why then they did not come out quickly and rectify the problem? So ìtàn try láti rectify nìyẹn. So àwọn tó ti register ní Professor Banji Akintoye because he must have been aware that this is the flag tó ń gbé lọ sí UNPO. Then why did they not come out and tell everybody quickly that this flag tẹ́yìn lò yìí o òun kọ́ la register o? So, because we cannot be sitting here every day when people are watching us from around the world, and at the end of the day, this has popped up again. I mean, I've seen it before. People have already called my attention to it. If you look at my house, I have one because as I point, some people are also this is the I've got it here as well. This is it there, though. I mean, I know I'm using a different template at the background, but that is it there as well. So now. It's okay. Let me open it for you. Okay, neither, but this is what they've registered. This is what the Yoruba World Congress have registered with the UNPO. Okay. All right. Okay, that's cool. Okay. All right. You see the reason why if the organization do not come out and talk, this will be some of the look, I am an independent media and my job is to bring awareness, which is what I've said I'll be doing. And sometimes the awareness might get to where sometimes it gets very hot because yes, we're asking for self-determination. This is what I'm told is registered under the UNPO that we're going to be using to discuss about our self-determination, or if otherwise, those of us that wants to go the other way around. The Yoruba World Congress wants to do it peacefully, and this must be clarified as quickly as possible. A very good morning. About mute it completely, Joma.
Hello.
About bones, okay. Orúkọ yín bọ́lẹ̀ tí ń pè wá mọ́. I know the name, but maybe you want to tell us the name or not. That's in UK. Amen.
Iṣẹ́ tá ń ṣe iṣẹ́ tó lágbára gan ni Ọlọ́run ọlọ́jọ́ èyí a máa fún yín lókun àtagbára. Ṣé rí gbogbo nǹkan tó rọ̀ mọ́ Yorùbá, gbogbo nǹkan tó rọ̀ mọ́ ìṣẹ̀ṣe yẹn, torí wípé èmi fẹ́ ní ká tún fi áńgù yìí. Àwọ̀ ṣó ti yé yín? The glory tí Ọlọ́run fún tó ní agbára ni. So ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń rí ẹ bá jẹ́ kó wé wa down. Ó yẹ ká tún máa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run ni. A lot of things tá a mọ̀ òun ni Ọlọ́run wá ń ṣí ojú ẹ̀ sí tá à ń rí. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lórí platform láàárọ̀ yìí. Ẹ fi ara balẹ̀ kẹ́gbọ́n nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ. Mi ò bá wọn tí ò lọ́pọlọ sọ̀rọ̀, àwọn tó ní ọpọlọ tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ń fi ẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run darí. Ṣé rí gbogbo nǹkan tá a bá. Ó tó di wípé tẹ́lẹ̀mì tí èmi ní ìgbàgbọ́ wípé a ti gba ilẹ̀ yẹn. Náà kí àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì kan tó lè lẹ̀ lérí, àwọn ọmọ nǹkan tó ju wọn rí. So gbogbo àwọn kùjẹkùjẹ tá à ń rí yìí, ẹ má jẹ́ ká rí bíi wípé ò rí tó wo nǹkan tó ń kó jù. Ẹni tí ò bá tó ju ẹni tí ò lè ní testimony. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ọmọ wa dàbí ẹni tí ò tọ́jú ọmọ ni kò lè jèrè ọmọ. Gbogbo wọn náà tún dé tí gbogbo wa ń ṣe tá à ń fiṣẹ́ sílẹ̀ tá à ń ṣe ra yìí. Ní bàbá àtàlẹ́, àlẹ́ bọ̀ á fi ọkọ̀ kan ṣe. Ọkọ̀ kan tá a fi ṣe ní last week, òun ló ń bí gbogbo nǹkan tó ń bí. Tá a bá dẹ̀ máa kọlu gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń kọlu yìí, kò sí bá ṣe fẹ́ dé ilẹ̀ lèmi tá a lọ. Èèyàn kan pè ní last week, I'm sorry ìgbà ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ pápápá.
No problem.
Ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ wípé lọ́dọ̀ ọ̀dọ̀ aláṣọ wípé kọ́ máa lo Odùduwà. Torí wípé kí ni Ìjẹ̀bú ò ní accept Odùduwà. Ọmọ Yorùbá ní kán lò, àwọn kan tún ní kán lò kìíní. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ ọkọ̀ fún yín láàárọ̀ yìí. If all of us, we want to achieve this thing, two things ní kàtísọ̀kan. Nǹkan méjì náà dẹ̀ ní ìfẹ́. Ìfẹ́ àti ìgbàgbọ́, love and faith. Love and faith. Tá a bá ní ìdí ara wa, bá bá lo word of Odùduwà. Kò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe kí ní Yorùbá, èdè ní Yorùbá. Tá a bá sọ Yíbò ní Yorùbá ti ṣẹ̀ wá, kí ló bá dé? Tá a bá kú gbogbo ẹ̀ tá a rìn pàtó tá a ṣe, ó máa kó Odùduwà náà. Nínú Odùduwà náà, olọmọlúàbí ti jáde. Tó kí la wá ń sọ, a ti di mẹ́ta lọ́kàn. So kò sí orúkọ tó ń pè, kò sí nǹkan tó ń pè tí ò yẹ kí gbogbo wa á níbi láti máa dìbẹ́tì lórí yẹn. Tí ìfẹ́ bá wà o, ọmọ fi pe ìfẹ́ yẹn o. Ó jẹ́ má jẹ́ ká ra mọ́tò yẹn, kò ní láti blue jàre. Blue ni wọ́n fẹ́, àmì dẹ̀ fẹ́ silver o. Bọ̀ tí ọkọ̀ bá ṣe kan, ikán tẹ̀ fún kan náà ni. Ó dàbí àádà kọ̀ọ̀kan ló dà ẹ̀yìn kú ìyá wa. Ẹ ṣe máa ń tọ́jú wa. Ọ̀dà kò burú iṣẹ́ kọ́lọ̀ tó fẹ́ nìyẹn. Okay, no problem, let's take this colour. Ló bá tán. Ní ìdí láti máa pariwo. Àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kan wà tá a ti ẹ̀dí láti jókòó láti ẹ̀wé stand lé lórí. Torí pé kí ni nínú disagreement yẹn, ibẹ̀ ni Sátánì ti fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́. Nínú disagreement yẹn, òun làwọn ọ̀tá fi máa lè rí wọn. Ebi nǹkan tó ń sọ gbogbo láti ìkí nìyẹn. Ṣé ẹ̀dẹ̀ fi pariwo? Ṣé wọ́n dẹ̀ ti gbọ́ sí yín lẹ́nu? Sórí yín dàrú ni. Orí yín dàrú ni. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin haters. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ àlè Oòduà, ọmọ àlè Yorùbá. We are creating awareness. Àdẹ sọ fún yín wípé jọ́tà bá fọ́ ni wọ́n ní wọ́n máa gbé ilé wa lọ́wọ́. Ẹ jẹ́ wèrè ni. À ń sọ fún yín, à ń dání sí nǹkan tá a dẹ́kẹ̀ tó dá. Start from somewhere. Ó ní nǹkan tá a ṣe last week now. Lẹ́yìn kan wá ní ṣé wọ́n dẹ̀ ti dá yín lóhùn. Ẹ̀rí kórìí yín ti dàrú. Ẹ̀ka ìdẹ́sí pariwo lójoojúmọ́ kan wọ́n ti dá yín lọ́nà. Àwọn wèrè, àwọn tó ti gbé ṣùmí tó ń darí yín. Tá a bá sọ̀rọ̀ dákọ̀ jáde ọjọ́ kan tẹ́lẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti dá yín lóhùn ẹni pẹ́ stupid. Ẹ lọ wo àwọn tó ń ja ìjàngbara. How many months, how many years tó fi wà lẹ́nu ẹ̀? Tó kọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ fi opportunity sọ fún gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ wà lórí platform.
Lágbára Ọlọ́run.
Kò sí nǹkan tó jọ.
Ìyá tẹ̀lé bọ́ ìyẹn
Ṣé
ni
ẹ bá
wáyé.
fi lè dìbò báyìí tí yín bá yín tọ́ pátápátá Nàìjíríà nìyẹn? Àlẹ́gẹ́ẹ̀dì wọ́n tó wà lórí platform tó ní kankan fún ẹ lówó jẹun. Don't try it anymore. Bó ṣe máa lọ sí gbogbo orí platform yẹn tó máa sí èsì pé kọ́ máa fún ẹ lówó. Lọ gọ́fúnà ẹ̀ kò sọ fún kó fún ẹ lówó jẹ. Ara nǹkan tá à ń sọ. Àwọn tá à ń ṣiṣẹ́ táwọn ẹni òtútù ẹ̀rọ pé dídì ní níwájú. Àmọ́ yorí náà bọ́ lórí COVID-19 náà. Individually lórí family ló ti wípé wọ́n pè é. Tẹ̀bí ti bá payín sínú rẹ̀. Ṣáwà ni àwa ni gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì Nàìjíríà. Àwa náà lẹ́bi alárànà. Àbí àwa náà bàbá náà padà sílùú wa. Ẹ ṣí èrè mọ́. Wípé kẹ kọ́ máa jáde gbogbo yín èké àwọn ọmọ tiwa wọ́n bá wa jáde last week náà. Lẹ́yìn sọ wípé kọ́ máa jáde ìgbà sáàtì fẹ́ pa gbogbo yín tán ní ìsinta ló sọ fún yín fẹ́ máa jáde. Ẹ tí ì rí nǹkan kan. Ẹ tí ì rí bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ tí ì rí nǹkan. Ìbọn òun náà protest ní Kòròdú lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ni wọ́n pè mí láti kò
ẹ tí ì rí ẹni tí ìyá bá jẹ yín dáadáa tó jẹ orí yín tí Fúlàní. Ẹ mọ̀ gbé náà bí wàsá. Gbogbo elétò ẹ̀kọ́ gbogbo mọ́tò tẹ̀ kó kalẹ̀ tẹ̀bẹ̀ kíkọ ẹ̀rí fáwọn kan wọ́n á máa jí. Ìní kọ́ máa wọ́n fún yọ̀gẹ̀. Nígbà tó bá jẹ ní àwọn wẹ́pọ̀ burúkú tó ti wà ní ọwọ́ àwọn bíbí.
Burúkú.
Ọjọ́ ọ̀gá ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kí èèyàn máa dúbú èèyàn ní ojú ní deadline. Ẹ mọ̀ wípé wọ́n ní bàbá àṣàlẹ̀. À ń sọ fún yín sìn, ẹ ń ṣe bí wípé kò kàn mí. Wọ́n ní kí ẹ jáde, ẹ fi Sunday Igboho nìkan lẹ̀, gbogbo yín sá lọ. Ẹ tún fẹ́ kán gba conscience yìí lọ́kọ̀ ẹ̀ lọ. Ó ń gbé gbàgbọ́ àwọn ọmọ ilé apá láti ìjẹta ní ìsìn. Èèyàn mélòó lẹ ní tán yẹn? Ìwọ́n ìṣẹ̀ ìkan tí ò yẹ ní Nàìjíríà ni wípé gbogbo àgbáyé ló ń wo Nàìjíríà báyìí. Tí ẹ bá jáde bí eṣú, tí ẹ jáde bí ọmọ ogun, kò sí nǹkan tí ọlọ́pàá kan lè fi yìí. Kò sí nǹkan kan tí mílítírì kankan lè fi kọ́ ẹ̀tọ́ yín lè dà. Ẹ ìgbékùmọ̀, ẹ ìgbọ́bẹ, ẹ ìgbádà. Ẹnu lẹ fi ń sọ̀rọ̀. Tó kí ló wá ń já yín láyà? Why ṣe ìjẹ́ kan kò yín láyà jẹ? Why? Wọ́n ń gbẹ̀tọ́ yín lọ́wọ́ yín nìyẹn. Gbogbo títí yín dìdàkudà. Àwọn ọmọ sùn ẹ̀ wọ́n ṣe ń wó dìbí tí transformer wà tó fi ń rìn kọjá. Tí àwọn ọmọ yẹn bá lọ gan ọmọ náà kọ́. Àwọn wèrè tẹ́ fi ṣe lórí ìwọ̀n ọ̀rọ̀ yìí. Wọ́n ti ẹ̀ mọ̀ bóyá òjìwọ́ tó ń ṣàgbé lórí platform. Wọ́n ò mọ̀ bóyá yà ń jẹ́ ẹ̀. Wọ́n àtẹ̀gbẹ́ fi stress sí yín pa tiwa. Àwọn àgbáyé ti gbé ìjọba yìí. Ẹ̀sẹ̀ tó wọ́n ti ní ká má jáde o. Wọ́n ní ká má jáde o. Ẹ̀dẹ̀ jókòó sílẹ̀. Ẹ jókòó sílẹ̀. Ìyá máa jẹ yín dáadáa o. Ẹ tí ì mọ nǹkan kan. Ẹ tí ì mọ ẹni tì. Ẹ bá mọ̀ nǹkan bá ń bá yín pò ní. Ifá kò ní sẹ́ tó máa sọ fún yín. Ẹ mú ìgbẹ́ lọ́wọ́ tẹ wà yìí tẹ́ ṣe ń gbàdúrà. Lẹ́yìn láti máa fi action. Lẹ́yìn láti máa fi action sí. enough of àdúrà àti gbogbo ẹ̀ tí Nàìjíríà gbà láti jọ yìí níbo ló bá yí dé gbogbo ẹ̀yin chọ́ọ̀chì kò sí kankan nu yín tó dìde bàbá Adébóyè tó sọ̀rọ̀ last week ó ní ìsọ̀sọ́ iṣẹ́ rẹ̀ ti gbọ́ ó ti fún yín láǹsà padà Fúlàní ti fún yín láǹsà padà àwọn tí wọ́n ní táwọn ní kankan ṣe tó bá yá yín tíjà bá jẹ yín dáadáa dìde sọ pé ó tó gẹ́ sọ wípé ó tó gẹ́ owó ti pa yín lójú ara yín ní Kòròdú yẹn àwọn náà ti sọ fún yín nìyẹn pé ẹjọ́ nílẹ̀ ní nǹkan tó ń tà láti sọ fún yín nìyẹn dáàbà jẹ́ kó tètè mọ̀ wípé ìnáfìsè náà kí kálukú dá dúró tiẹ̀. Wọ́n máa kọ̀ntúrò yín tó jẹ́ wípé lójú yín báyìí wọ́n tẹ̀sí báyàwó yín gan sùn lójú yín náà. Kóìkì. Ṣé o mọ̀ wípé wọ́n gbé ọba kan níbi bí sọ̀mùnẹ́lì èmọ́sẹ̀kọ̀? Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Kábíyèsí Ọlọ́run.
Wọ́n gbé ọba, can you imagine? Wọ́n gbé ọba. Eléyìí ò jẹ́ ń ṣe àwọn tó ń súnmọ́ mi ní bọ̀ wọ́n láti.
Àgbọ́yé.
4 months ago ni wọ́n kidnap ìyàwó ọba ni. Wọ́n jẹ́ rape woman.
Láìláìlàlá.
Ìyàwó ọba. Ẹ̀yin dẹ́gbẹ́gẹ́ mo tún fẹ́ sọ ara nǹkan tá à ń sọ rè sórí ọ̀rọ̀ ní fúláàgì. Ájá àwọn tó bá mójútó ẹ̀ kó tètè jáde. Dẹ́gbẹ́gẹ́ nǹkan tó wà lẹ́ lórí flag kò ní nǹkan tá à ń rojọ́ lé lórí. Kó jáde kó jẹ́ ká mọ̀. Ìdí wọn tó ń gbé fáwọn UNP àbí whatever tẹ orúkọ wọn. Ṣé wọ́n lè gba níwọ̀n yìí ká fi swap? Lórí anything, I love the way my sister explain herself before. Anything tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú black and red kò make sense. Kí la fẹ́ fi black ṣe? So àwọn náà tó wọ́n gbé tí wọ́n rẹ́gísítà wọ́n ẹ jẹ́ ká dìgbà ìní ìwọ̀n tá a fẹ́ lórí we are still the same tá a bá ti lè jẹ́ kí wọ́n mọ̀ pé we are the same thing we are changing it to this colour kò lé tó bá ti lè gbà fine tí wọ́n bá dé gbà tó bá pẹ́ lóko yẹn náà ní but colour tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ we want to design we want to change it àwọn oṣọ́mọ òkùnkùn àfẹ́ black àdẹ̀fẹ́ red. Àfẹ́ black and red kò ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú ayé ìtura tó bá pẹ́ bí ìṣẹ̀dá àbí tó ń fi Yorùbá sí nìyẹn ìnáfìsè náà. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ ti dé òkùnkùn kó paradà ní. Ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ti dé òkùnkùn paradà? Gbogbo kùtẹ̀kùtẹ̀ tó wà ní ayé Yorùbá náà nìyẹn Ọlọ́run ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí tú gbogbo ẹ̀ tí gbogbo báyìí. So gbogbo nǹkan tá a bá rí ọ̀nà yìí ẹ má jẹ́ ká rí àti kìíní. Correction ní kẹjá ká ṣe kájẹ kọ ọ̀rọ̀ wa kó lè ṣọ̀kan kóhùn wa kó ṣọ̀kan ẹ má jẹ́ kó jẹ́ argument ẹ jọ nítorí Ọlọ́run ibi tó bá ti ń di eléyìí gbé báyìí eléyìí dà báyìí ibi tí Sàtánì ti fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ nìyó ẹ má jẹ́ ká fún láyè ẹ jọ nítorí Ọlọ́run ẹ gbogbo àwọn tó bá ń pèsè orí platform ẹ máa sọ Yorùbá English tá a sọ olóògbé wa dé ẹ jọ nítorí Ọlọ́run ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ èdè tá a fi bí wa ẹ jẹ́ ká fọ wẹ́wẹ́ ká lè gbọ́ra wa yé. Irú Sister Bukky you will know that she born in UK then we can accept her language. So tó bá dẹ̀ ti sọ English ẹ̀yẹn ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá lè gbọ́ dáadáa sọ̀rọ̀ pé wọ́n ló tún sọ fún ọkùnrin tó pè kí n tó pè sí. Ọ̀tọ̀ ní nǹkan tóbìnrin yẹn sọ ọ̀tọ̀ ní báwọn ṣe gbọ́. So nǹkan tá à ń sọ nìyẹn àwọn tó bá yẹ pé wọ́n lè sọ dialect dáadáa no problem we pardon them for that. Ọ̀tà wọn tá a bá gbọ́ ẹjọ́ ní láti máa wá sórí platform kan máa fọ ànàgó tá a fọ̀ for 100 years níbo ló gbé wa dé ẹjọ́ àṣọ èdè abínibí wa ká fìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan ká understand ara wa. Brother mi nìyẹn Kóìkì tí n bá sọ̀rọ̀ kan ní sísà ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣe gbọ́rọ̀ yẹn kò yẹ kó èmi àbọ̀dá mi brother mi má bínú ó ti tọ́ nìyẹn. Nídi láti máa jura wa sínú ẹjọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run mo fi Oòduà mo fi Yorùbá mo fi. Ẹni tí ìdáfà tó bá rọ̀ mọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá mo fi fẹ́ gbogbo wa. Ẹni tó bá ń bẹ lọ́dọ̀ èèyàn. Ọlọ́run ní ká ẹ jẹ́ ká focus lọ́wọ́ tá a wà yìí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wá ṣe tiwa àṣẹ lẹ́rọ ara. Ká lè jẹ́ kí Ọlọ́run kọ́kọ́ ní iṣẹ́ yòókù. Ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀kan lé bá lẹ́ẹ̀fẹ́ lọ́hùn. Ẹ jókòó sínú ilé kò tọ́. Kò síbi tó ti ń ṣe. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, tí Fúlàní bá gbé AK-47 dé, ó bá ṣe abala gbogbogbò jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Wá gbọ́ lórí ẹ̀dánù ni. When the way the Holy Spirit works is different from physical one. Ṣé máa mix ẹ̀ papọ̀? Gbogbo ẹ̀yin actress and actors, actress and celebrity rọ́tẹ̀ kóra yín jọ Nàìjíríà. À ń wò yín o. À ń wo gbogbo yín láti inú fídíò DVD. À ń wo gbogbo yín. Ṣé gbogbo yín quiet sí ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀? Kò ṣe nǹkan kan. Ẹ̀dẹ̀fẹ̀ ká promote yín. Ó di bí Yorùbá ń sìn. Kò sẹ́ni tó fẹ́ nìsín. Àmọ́ gbogbo yín bẹ̀rù pé kọ́ máa pa yín. Kò sẹ́ni tó fẹ́ pa anybody. Ọ̀làjú ti wà. Ẹ má jẹ́ kó create fear sí yín lọ́kàn. Ẹ má jẹ́ kó create fear sí your boldness you need to set it off. Bọ́bá ti lè gba boldness yín lọ́wọ́ yín, ẹ ti wọ inú ìdè nìyẹn. Ẹ ti wọ inú ìdè nìyẹn. Tí àwọn obìnrin tá a bá fi lè ṣe nǹkan tá a ṣe ní last week yẹn, èmi ò mọ nǹkan tí gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọkùnrin Nàìjíríà ṣe o. Mi ò mọ̀ o. Wá ìsẹ́yìn kan máa nítorí pé òun wò kan bí gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣe lọ, òun ti sẹ́ńdì ìyàwó òun àtàwọn ọmọ òun lọ fún káàdì sí Ghana. Ó wá kó òun àti ilé nìkan. Níbi tí ọkọ̀ òun fi advertise ìgbé olé òun tóun kọ́ sí Ìkòròdú tóun fẹ́ tà á. Ẹjọ́ nítorí ṣé ìlú nìyẹn? Ṣé ìlú nìyẹn? Ọlọ́run ti sẹ́ńdì ọmọ àti ìyàwó sí Ghana. Tó kù òun àtòrí àti ilẹ̀. Ó tún wá fẹ́ talé. So which means ó ti ta tán. Ó ti sú. People are frustrated. Ẹjọ́ pawọ́pọ̀ ká ṣe o. Ìfẹ́ àti ìgbàgbọ́. Tá a bá lè ṣe méjèèjì yẹn. Gbogbo kùjẹkùjẹ táwọn bàbá yẹn rí bí láti ṣe. Ẹ rí wípé ó máa yí sí fún wa láti ṣe. Àwọn máa yí sí fún wa. Jẹ́ndẹ̀kẹ́ Kóìkì, àǹtí wọ́n ti ń sọ káàkiri mi ò mọ̀ bóyá ó ti tọ́. Àwọn bàbá tí wọ́n bá mọ̀ ìpẹ́ wọn fẹ́ join, wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe gbogbo English yìí tí wọ́n sọ, wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ lábẹ́nú, wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ underground. Ẹ wo, ẹni tó bá ṣiṣẹ́ underground tí ò bá jẹ́ ká mọ̀, àlè appreciate ẹ̀ o. Àwa náà bí sí láìfù wa ni. Ó ṣáàrí gbogbo àwọn tí ò wọṣọ, gbogbo àwọn ọlọ́pàá ọ̀tẹlẹ̀múyẹ́ tó kàn rí wa ní Jàbágàtúwà láti. Àwa náà bí sí láìfù wa ni. Bàbá tẹ́ dárúkọ ẹ̀yìn sí nípa kíní post yìí, bàbá
Akíntóyè.
Ayọ̀ ní bàbá yẹn náà. Ẹ mọ iye dírẹ́sì tó ti fún bàbá yẹn. Bàbá Ṣùwọlé Ṣóyínká, àwọn òṣèlú ẹgbẹ́ báwọn wà lórí àwọn gbójú síbì kan. Ààrẹ bàbá Gani Williams, Daniel kí lorúkọ wọn náà ti ń jẹ́? Kí lorúkọ àtẹ̀yìn?
Ìbà Gani Adams.
Ìbà ẹjọ́ o, àwọn appreciate yín o, àjẹ̀dúpẹ́ pé brother mi Sunday Igboho náà ti bá wa parí ẹ̀ o. We need to see you. We know you are doing some paper work. More. We want to see you more. Please. A ní lára tí mo fẹ́ bá jáde fẹ́ fi wá lọ́kọ̀ balẹ̀ ọkọ̀ tí wọ́n náà balẹ̀. Kì í ṣe báwo táwọn kóra wọn jọ lórí òjò àyè. Àwọn ni wọ́n máa ní wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ lábẹ́nu. Àwọn oúnjẹ kẹ́rọ̀ bí Nàìjíríà ṣe fún pray. Ìtìlábí pé ọmọ tí wọ́n fẹ́ ránṣẹ́ náà ní tí ò rí kí bàbá àti ìyá fọwọ́ sí ẹrú máa bà bàdà. Ẹyin náà ẹ jẹ́ pé wípé àníkẹ́ máa jáde ọ́fíìsì láti fọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká máa rẹ́wọ̀n kọ̀ọ̀kan tá a máa fi mọ̀ pé jẹ́ ẹ wà pẹ̀lú wa. Kì í ṣe wípé àwọn tẹ̀kọ̀ tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ lábẹ́ àwọn ní kinní kan. ibi ojú ogun lélẹ́yìí. Lọ́la àwọn tá à ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ yìí mi rò pé wọ́n fẹ́ mú kékeré o. Wọ́n ti make up mind wọn. Èyí ò tẹ̀ mọ́ nǹkan tó ní. Èyí ò mọ nǹkan tó ní pamọ́. Àwa Yorùbá, we are not violent. Opportunity yẹn ni wọ́n dẹ̀ fẹ́ fi máa fẹ́ fi ráìdì wá sí kò dẹ̀ jọ́ ilẹ̀ wa ní. Kí kálukú gba ilẹ̀ tiẹ̀ lọ. Sọ bó ṣe jẹ́ nìyẹn o bàbá mi. Ìfẹ́ àti ìgbàgbọ́. Tá a bá lè ti méjèèjì yẹn mú gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń ṣe yìí. In fact, easy ni gbogbo ẹ̀ máa jẹ́ fún wa. Easy ló máa jẹ́ fún wa. Àwọn ọ̀tá ojú àná, àwọn ọ̀tá Yorùbá, ojú gbogbo wọn náà ló máa ṣe. Because olórí wọ́n ti bára wọn jà, ọ̀rọ̀ wọn ò jẹ́ra wọn. Ìwọ bẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí, ọmọ wípé Nàìjíríà yẹn kọ́ ló kú ọmọ ẹ̀ sí o. Fara ló sẹ́ndì ọmọ ẹ̀ lọ, kó lọ máa skúlì bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Lẹ́yìn olórí burúkú sọmbọdì yìí o. Gbogbo ẹ̀tọ́ tó yẹ kẹ́ ẹ jẹ lábẹ́ gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì tí wọ́n fi dùn yín o, ẹ̀ níná, ẹ̀ lómi. Gbogbo skul, gbogbo standard school wa, ẹ ti pa gbogbo ẹ̀ jẹ́. Kò sí nǹkan kan mọ́, everything, ẹ̀sà àwọn ọmọ wa dolóṣó. Àwọn ọmọ wa táwọn tún lọ sí tìtọ́jọ́kùnrin, àwọn sáàsì tún ní yàwúyàwú ni wọ́n tún pa wọ́n. Ẹjọ́ kí ló ń jẹ́ Nàìjíríà? Nàìjíríà, the name of Nigeria is a scam. It's a fraudster. Kọ́lọ́mú dọ́bù ìyá ẹgbẹ́ kíkà lùkù dúró. Àwọn òfà àṣejà, ọ̀bọ́n ṣe ń bà lọ yìí, ó sùn pé wọ́n fẹ́ jà. Lẹ́wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ tún gbọ́ náà, wọ́n ní recruit. Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kí Báńgàrí, èmi ò mọ̀ bóyá wọ́n travel o, gbọ́dọ̀ wà Nàìjíríà náà bá bá gbọ́ sóòyì o. Ara wa ká máa train ara wa o. Ẹ̀mẹ́jọ́ máa train ara wa o, ẹnu ò ṣe o. Àwọn bíbù yìí mi rò pé wọ́n fẹ́ mú kékeré o. Ẹjọ́ máa train ara wa o. Ẹjọ́ máa train ara wa o. Then again, ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ sọ́ta tún máa ṣe rálì o. Àgbọ̀lọ̀ dákẹ́ o. Àti rẹ́dí o. Orí kọ́lọ̀ wo nǹkan kan. Ẹ jọ ká lè ṣe àwọn pósítà tó make sense pé ó máa easy láti fold. Then á lè
No problem. Ẹ ṣé gan.
Bóyá lẹ́yìn ètò, I will call you back.
No problem. Ẹ ṣé gan.
All right, bàbá mi, Olúwa máa fi ń ṣe o.
Àmín.
Kò ní tú yín, kò ní rẹ́rìn lágbára náà. Ọfà ikú òjijì kò ní bá ẹ̀ tọmọtọmọ tayátayá. Lórúkọ Jésù. Gbogbo àwa tá a wà lórí pláfọ́ọ̀mù náà, a máa kórè òkú délé lágbára náà. Gbogbo wa tá a fẹ́ kí ìlú wa tó ń dùn wá, ó ń kọ́ wá tegbòtegbò tegbútegbú ní. Ó ń dùn everybody bó ṣe ń dùn wá yẹn. Olọ́lọ́run àti pé ọ̀fun àti pé bẹ́ẹ̀ àdúrà gbogbo wa. Àdúrà wa máa gbà lórúkọ Jésù. Wọn ò ní fi ẹ̀jẹ̀ ẹnì kankan, wọn ò ní fi ṣe Nàìjíríà láṣìírí. Ẹ ṣé bàbá, God bless you.
Thank you.
Bye dear. Bye.
Let's go straight take a few more calls. Hello, caller tó ń pè. Orúkọ yín.
Hello sir, Mr. Koiki.
Hello, orúkọ yín bọ́lẹ̀ tí ń pè wá.
Hello.
Orúkọ yín ìbọlẹ̀ tí ń pè wá.
Hello.
Orúkọ yín ìbọlẹ̀ tí ń pè.
Abbas ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ láti Èkó.
Ẹ gbóhùn sókè, ẹ já gbọ́ yín.
Abbas ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ láti Èkó.
Ẹ gbóhùn sókè.
Ètò nípa flag yẹn ni sà. Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun Ọlọ́run máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́. Mo dẹ̀ tún dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ mọ́mì tó sọ̀rọ̀ tán sí. Advice tèmi kàn fẹ́ mú wá nípa ti flag yẹn ni pé sà, ẹ jẹ́ kí a máa báṣẹ́ lọ lórí awareness. Ká máa create awareness. Ó dá bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe jáde tẹ gbé flag yẹn síta gbókè nǹkan táwọn bàbá ẹ máa fi mọ̀ opinion àwọn èèyàn. But tá a bá ń deliberate lórí issue flag ká change ká ṣe gbá ká ṣàwò a ní tètè lọ síbi tá à ń lọ lásìkò ìgbé ká tètè máa create awareness yẹn lọ́sìn. But suggestion táwọn èèyàn bá mú wá nípa correction pé àfẹ́lẹ́ o so ẹ lè padà lọ jókòó sáàrin ara ẹ nǹkan táwọn èèyàn fẹ́ lélẹ̀ o àwọn àfẹ́ red o àfẹ́ black o ṣe wọ́n máa mọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa ṣe correction yẹn láàrin ara wọn. But àwọn àtàwọn Nàìjíríà ká tètè máa create awareness pé Yorùbá nation la fẹ́ nǹkan Oòduà republic la fẹ́ nǹkan kan báyẹn so ká má jẹ́ kí ọ̀rọ̀ issue flag yẹn kó wíwá dáhùn so nǹkan tẹ́mi kàn ní kí n sọ náà yẹn kí n advice tèmi yẹn lórí ètò yẹn sà.
Okay, thank you very much. A very good afternoon, good morning, depending on what part of the world. We have about another less than 15 minutes before we bring the show to an end. We will continue with the program. Once again, Nigeria at the verge of breakup. I was playing a video earlier on. That was an 11-year-old boy. Let me quickly take this call out, and I will put a hold on the call for the time being. Bones, okay?
Hello, Mr. Koiki.
Káàbọ̀ sórí ètò.
Lórí ètò ẹgbẹ́ kínní pọ́ọ̀tù Smith ẹgbẹ́sẹ̀gbẹ́. Ẹ wá gbé fídíò Haúsá yẹn. Ṣẹ̀bẹ̀ pé nǹkan tí ọkùnrin Haúsá yẹn sọ, òun ló ṣẹlẹ̀ yẹn. Wọ́n ti wọ inú síìtì, wọ́n ti ní wọ́n máa pa àwọn olórí lóríṣiríṣi náà bá ti pa wọ́n ti ṣe tán nínú oko. Sọdá pé nǹkan tó ń ṣe tí kò sí nìyẹn for now. Ṣé ẹgbẹ́ fídíò méjèèjì yẹn tẹ̀gbẹ́ ara wọn, wọ́n máa wò. Àwọn tó ń sì mọ bó ṣe ń lọ. Tó jẹ́ kó rí fúláàgì ó ṣe fúláàgì láyé ájú ìyẹn.
All right. Tí wọ́n ṣàlàyé ni pé please hold the calls for just few minutes. Let me quickly show. Do you know that there was another gas explosion in Barua? A lot of people will say it is just normal. But some of us know it is not normal. Gas explosion will kill more people quickly and destroy places, and they will move away from that area or vicinity without anyone knowing. So when you hear gas explosion in Lagos, it's a form of a terrorist attack in the southwest. There's been how many gas explosions this year in Lagos? I hope you remember. We've had about maybe 3. It's a direct call, and that's why I'm giving a priority. Hello, caller. Orúkọ yín.
Hello.
Orúkọ yín bọ́lẹ̀ tí ń pè. Hello. Ẹ má tún gbọ́ra yín nínú ilé, ẹ mute ti background. Gbogbo àlá máa ń sọ.
Mo ń pè láti Èkó ni o, láti Lẹ́kí bí ni o.
Láti Lẹ́kí, ẹ gbóhùn sókè.
Ẹ̀kọ́
ètò nìyẹn.
Ẹ̀kọ́ lọ́wọ́ pẹ̀lú yín o.
Àmín.
Lọ́wọ́ pẹ̀lú yín o. Ọlọ́run àbá wa ṣe ni kò ní fún wa. Pẹ̀lú program because most of especially lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ bí o fẹ́ kí kó organize báwọn ló ṣe máa jáde. Torí Tinubu ó fi àwọn ọmọ ọ̀tá dẹ́rù bá àwọn èèyàn bíbá yìí. Ó fi ọmọ ọ̀tá dẹ́rù bá àwọn èèyàn. Everybody ní ẹ̀wọ̀n pépé, everybody ní ẹ̀kọ́ gbé ọkọ̀. Ẹ máa kí ni kan wà ní kí tí mo pọ̀ sí Odùduwà nation. Ẹ̀rọ sàgbọ́gbọ́ ìjọ́ ti kan lára àwọn rose tẹ́ bá tẹ̀lé jágbà tó ń sọ wípé ṣé ẹ máa ń ní ìdí Odùduwà ìfọ́pẹ́. Ṣé wọ́n máa fi owó èkó máa tọ́jú owó èkìtì? Wọ́n máa fi tọ́jú ara èkìtì. Wọ́n máa fi tọ́jú ara òṣèlú.
Mo ti rí fídíò yẹn.
Ẹ ti rí fídíò yẹn, ẹ̀yin ẹ̀kún wa náà lọ làákà èèyàn bẹ́yẹn. So, nípa ṣé inú mi máa ń bàjẹ́ tí mo bá dúró pé àwọn tó ń ṣe àtẹnujẹ lẹ́yìn àwọn Tinubu every time wọ́n wá dúró láàrin èèyàn 1,000 wá fún èèyàn méjì ní oúnjẹ èèyàn méjì wá ń gbé kéèsì many people tó pé wọ́n kò jẹun ẹ̀fọ́dọ̀ mẹ́fẹ́ ìlú wọn ẹ̀yìn tẹ̀ wà lókèrè rẹ fún wọn tó ń ṣe rẹ ẹlòmíì ó di ojú ó di ẹnu débi pé kò wọ́n kọ́kọ́ religion náà fi tá ẹlòmíì dáhùn gbogbo ẹlòmíì religion Christian àwọn mùsùlùmí náà fi tá ẹ̀ dáhùn. Ẹjọ́ tó bá ṣe ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ Odùduwà ẹ̀rẹ̀fẹ́ òyìnbó ń gba agbára wa wọ́n lọ sí ẹ̀pà wà ara wọn wọ́n gbé against Africa Britain US níbi tẹ̀ wá rẹ̀ ní Britain bẹ́ẹ̀ àti US ní àwọn ní wọ́n fún Africa ní step back ẹ̀yẹ wọ́n ti gbàdá sí tó ṣe àwọn America plan àti UK wọ́n plan láti pamọ́ ẹ̀yẹ bí pé wọ́n ní flag wọ́n wọ̀ bí Nàìjíríà àbí Libya olóyè tó ìdúró ìgbésẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà ọmọ UK
ọmọ Amẹ́ríkà lọ. Ẹyẹ wo wọ́n ní gábọ̀ wọ́n láti pamọ́ yẹn. Ẹyẹ wo níbi àti ìsọba láti $1 mẹ́wàá. Ẹyẹ wo wọ́n lẹ́nu ìjọ òdùkọ́ àwọn mọ̀ pé àwọn ìfẹ́ gbòmìnira ara wọn ni. Wọ́n máa lọ bí wọ́n ṣàwọn èèyàn. Yàtọ̀ sí àwọn tẹ́tẹ̀ àwọn èèyàn. Wọ́n fi sọ́ọ̀tì tẹ́tẹ̀ àwọn èèyàn. Ẹyẹ wo ọ̀kẹ́ wo.
Kódà ẹ ṣe gan. Tí poverty dẹ̀ ń pa àwọn èèyàn rẹpẹtẹ lójoojúmọ́. Wọ́n fi priority sílẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, wọ́n ti fi priority sílẹ̀. Let's play that. Let me release the audio from this video. This is an 11-year-old boy somewhere in Lagos.
Israel, how old are you? 11. Wow. This is wonderful. 11-year-old boy holding a block. Wow. This is wonderful. I've never seen this before. I think this is strange to me. I've never seen this before. Israel, how long have you been doing this job? Remember? Wow. 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 Israel, how old are you? 11. Wow. This is wonderful.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè màmá wa Ayọ̀ Brown tí mo fi tọwọ́dọ̀wọ̀ lárúkọ.
Káàárọ̀ my dear.
Káàbọ̀.
Káàárọ̀ gbogbo ọmọ òdòdó wa o.
Mo ń gbọ́ yín.
Adélélókù lọ́nà àjò. Àlàáfíà Ọlọ́run á máa bá gbogbo wa dé lágbára Kristi. Ẹ jẹ́ ká túbọ̀ advice tèmi ni pé ẹ jẹ́ ká túbọ̀ sowọ́pọ̀ láti sign petition and co. More awareness very, very important. For now, ẹ má jẹ́ ká máa jà lérí ọ̀rọ̀ flag or no flag. Focus wa, determination wa, òun ni pé a fẹ́ gbódúdú wa. Very, very important. Gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tá a fẹ́ máa jà lé lórí yẹn immaterials ni. Tó jẹ́ pé kò tí ì ní nǹkan kan. Ó ní nǹkan kan ọbẹ̀ kò ṣe nǹkan tó jẹ́ pé a máa gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni gba ìgbà ọtí. Because àwọn tó gbébọn lọ́wọ́ yìí tó fẹ́ pa Yorùbá òun yìí àwọn ò rò nípa fúláàgì wọn o wọn rò nípa ẹ̀mí wọn rò nípa ẹni tí ayọ̀ pé fúláàgì kankan fúláàgì tá à ń jà lé lórí materials ni aṣọ ni apẹ́ǹtì ẹ̀ ni aṣọ lórúkọ ni pé orúkọ nǹkan tá a fẹ́ lò ní bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn tó wá gbé ìbọn lọ́wọ́ tó fẹ́ pa wáyé ẹ̀mí wọn gan tó àwọn tó gbé lọ́wọ́ gan àwọn tó jẹ́ ẹ̀mí tí wọn gan kò jẹ́ nǹkan kan fún wọn ìyẹn ló yẹ ká fókọ̀sì nísì kò dẹ̀ ní mo tún wá gẹ́gẹ́ bí advice kò ní wù mí pé àwọn nǹkan tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ tó ti pẹ́ because tá a bá ní ká ro dídùn irù a máa họ ara dé egun tá a bá ro àwọn àrùn bára wa ṣe títí láéláé èdè àìyedè yẹn á wà so ẹ má jẹ́ ká ro àròkàn ní àkókò tá a wà yìí àròkàn kò lè ẹ̀kú wa àtọ̀ nǹkan tá a gbé lọ́wọ́ ibi tá a ń lọ nǹkan tá a fẹ́ ṣe tá a dé òní tẹ́kì wa ní time tí a lè dé ìrìn àjò ibi tá a ń lọ nǹkan tá a nídìí nísìnyí ẹ má jẹ́ ká rárò kan ẹ má dẹ̀ jẹ́ ká máa rí pé ẹni tó dúró gẹ́gẹ́ bí bàbá tó ṣe ń tó ń tá a rí because àwọn bàbá yẹn wọ́n ti ń dàgbà wọ́n lọ lẹ́yìn ìgbà tó bá lọ Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó gùn lẹ́mìí àwa ló máa kù ẹni tó lọ ń bá ṣìyàn nísìn tó ń lìdí wa ẹ jẹ́ kó lìdí wa ẹ má jẹ́ kí èdè àìyedè kó dàárín wa rú. débẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká fi ní mi mọ̀ Yorùbá máa ní ẹnìkan ní ọjà yegun ẹ jẹ́ ká fi àgbàbẹ́yàn kan kí ìlọsíwájú ilẹ̀ dúdú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá kó lè ní kíní ká lè ní ìlọsíwájú because nǹkan tá à ń jà lé lórí láti 1960 kí èèyàn máa ṣe business láti 60 years kó má rí ọ̀nà àbáyọ ẹni yẹn ó yẹ kó commit suicide ọ̀ kó wà nǹkan ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀. wọ́n ṣe lórí bàbá Awólọ́wọ̀ wọ́n ṣe lórí MKO gbogbo àwọn èèyàn gidigidi tó yẹ kó jẹ́ èèyàn kó ti mú wa délẹ̀ lérí gbogbo wọn náà pàdánù ṣé àátúmọ̀ máa gbogbo àwọn tó wà Nàìjíríà tó wà ní gbogbo Yúróòpù mo bẹ̀ yín mo rọ̀ yín níbi kí tẹ́nìpọ̀ kan bá wà ẹ ránṣẹ́ sílé ẹ sọ ọ̀nà yín pa gbogbo ọ̀nà tó bá wọ orílẹ̀-èdè yín tó wọnú ìlú yín ẹ sọ pa ibi tójú ẹ dé ní ìnísìn nìyẹn ní tá a wà nísìn tó rójú ogun la wà a ní láti múra gidigidi a ní láti múra o because ẹni bá pẹ Nàìjíríà mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ káàkiri gbogbo orí òkú a ní láti múra láti gba òmìnira ẹnì àwa tá a fẹ́ lọ a kò ju àwọn tó dúró lọ ẹ má jẹ́ ká wo Tinubu ṣe kíní kan Tinubu ní kankan ṣe wọ́n omi ti tán lẹ́yìn ẹja tómi bá ti tán lẹ́yìn ẹja yẹn máa kú dànù ní omi ti tán lẹ́yìn ẹja kò sí nǹkan kan tó fẹ́ ṣe mò ń wo program tó lọ lóńdó nísìnyí wọ́n fi 7,000 wọ́n fi ra ìbò kó tó gbogbo vote fún APC 7,000 per one vote kó tó vote bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe lọ ọjọ́ wo la fẹ́ continue yẹn dà because tómi ò bá tẹ́lẹ̀ yẹn ọjà wọn gbogbo secret wọn àní máa rí we thank God that Ọlọ́run fún wa ní good communication láti lè rí ẹni tọ̀ lójú títí àárí ẹni sùn Ọlọ́run máa jẹ́ ká rí gbogbo àṣìṣe wọn kí Ọlọ́run máa tú àdúrà ká máa gbà nìyẹn Ọlọ́run dojú ìjà kọ wọn káráyé ká lè rọ́nà lọ ó jẹ́ létò advice tí mo fẹ́ bá wa sọ òdùdù wa gbé wa lágbára Jésù akéde òkòdélé.
Yeah. Let's look at this video that popped up some few days ago, less than a couple of days. Are these the next breed of fighters being prepared, or is it just a coincidence? That's the question I want to ask. I'm going to read some of the comments. Okay.
nǹkan táwọn yìí bó ṣe máa ń bu wa pé ọ̀lẹ ni wá nìyẹn ìgbà tó wọ́n dáná sun ọmọ yín ní Kòròdú gbogbo ẹnubọ̀dì kan la tí wọ́n lẹ̀ ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀kan pa yẹn ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ èèyàn kan ló bì ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ kan pa yẹn ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ èèyàn kan ló bì kò jábọ́ látọ̀run náà ẹ̀yin náà ṣe. kán lọ síbi táwọn Fúlàní wà kán lọ jù kán síbi àbí kán pa màálù wọn àbí kán lọ jù kán síbi táwọn náà wà káwọn òbí mẹ́ta náà kú wọn kán lọ kó ti sex. àwọn tó wọn ta fẹ́ wálé náà àwọn tó wọn ta fẹ́ ṣe business ní à kò sí ètò fẹ́ kúnlẹ̀ tó fẹ́ fi ṣe business ọgbọ́n ọdúnrà rúùsì ni ọmọ aláwọ̀ Fúlàní ó pààyàn lé mi Fúlàní ó pààyàn lọ́la for how many years la fi sọ pé Fúlàní pààyàn àdẹ̀gbọ́ pé Fúlàní kan kú rí àgbọ̀npá Haúsá kan kú rí wọ́n dé wà láàrin Lagos State wọ́n wà ní everywhere ní all Nigeria ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ lọ síbi táwọn náà wà kéde ju wọn kan síbẹ̀ káwọn bí márùn mẹ́fà káwọn náà kú gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ má sùn náà ẹ má yẹ ká ṣọlẹ̀ náà ọmọ Yorùbá ò kì í ṣojú ẹjọ́ tó lọ mo fọ́nà bẹ gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá tó wá ń gbọ́ mi ẹ má dàgbé ẹ má dàdá yàn kan ẹ má dàdá yàn méjì gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ ló ní ipa láti kó nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ má sọ pé ọ̀túnba dàdá. ara tiẹ̀ náà wọ́n náà lọ sílé bàbá ẹ lọ sílé ẹ lọ ṣòògùn lọ dúró re ẹ má sọ pé ẹnìkan ló máa ṣe ẹnìkan ló ní ṣe ọdún àtọ́ máa mú ẹlòmíì báyìí wọ́n máa báyàwó ẹ̀sùn wọ́n máa báyàwó sùn tán wọ́n máa mú ìwọ náà máa bẹ́ ẹ̀sùn lójú ìyàwó ẹ̀ látòjú tiẹ̀ látòjú tí wọ́n máa bá ẹ̀sùn. bí wọ́n máa tún pé ẹnìkan ló máa ṣe ẹnìkan ló ní ṣe àlè dúró dè yẹn o gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá tó máa ń gbọ́ mi nílòkó àlè dúró dè yẹn ẹ má sọ pé wọ́n mú ká máa jà tó lè máa fi palẹ̀ Yorùbá tán ẹ má jà náà ni tó máa fi ṣe ogun tó máa ṣe tán ẹ má jà náà ni àwọn akó ọmọ gbogbo Yorùbá kó alẹ́ rù àwọn àmú drum àtẹ̀lébọ̀dì mọ́bẹ̀ kò lè lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ibi táwọn náà bá pọ̀ sí káyọ̀ káwọn Yorùbá náà lọ síbẹ̀ wọ́n lọ jù kọ́ síbẹ̀ wọ́n pa ní kọmíṣánná kan wọ́n pa méjì kan pa mẹ́ta nù wọn ọlọ́run aṣọ́padà ọgbọ́n ọmọ Yorùbá òkè ọlọ́run aṣọ́padà gbogbo wa.
ẹ jẹ́ àtúnṣáré gbé okay let's take another one or two more calls. In tẹ́ ń wò àwòrán tẹ́ ń wò yìí in tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Kòròdú tí alàgbà wa ń ṣàlàyé lé lórí nìyẹn ẹ gbóhùn sókè orúkọ yín ohun ìbọlẹ̀ tí ń pè wá.
Okay, I want to speak English.
Okay, all right, make it quick. Go ahead.
Are you in a live stream?
Sorry?
In a live stream, are you in a live program?
Okay, so which one? So are you not aware that we are live before?
Okay, I'm aware.
So
you called me. I've been calling you since.
Yeah, you're calling because there's so many people calling. So go ahead, please. Okay, we haven't got much time,
please. I just want to contribute to that. You see, I like what you people are doing. You understand? I'm calling you from Italy. My name is Chipo. So what I want to tell you, I want you people to come out in bold and do this because Nigeria is not a country to live. You are being abroad, see what is going on there. If you people can act the way we are doing, and because some of those
we're already doing so. We're already doing so.
Okay.
All right. So we're already doing so.
I support you people. Thank you. I support you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. So when people call and say you people, you know, we will do it at our own time, and I'm sure we are already doing as much as possible. That language, you people come out. You people come out. Are we not coming out? They keep saying you people, but our people come out on the rally in Lagos, in Ibadan. And we have already continued to enlighten ourselves as well. Yes, sir, we've left the issue of the flag on the side. We're discussing about how to raise more awareness as well. Once again, a very good morning. What you're watching right now is part of the activities of what is taking place, that took place rather, in Ikorodu. There's an image of somebody that was killed as well. There's a direct call from Nigeria. Hello, caller. Hello.
No, we are not talking about religion.
Can the religion help? Then that religion help. Then yanje Muslim, onje Christian, onje Babalawo gan.
I'm not believing in one Nigeria. Because of one girl, what's for your billion, someone who can't say every month. What's for your
fraud African.
Okay, I don't believe in it. I want to find a for now. Can anyone unite for the United Nations?
Who are you?
Because many things. People are African.
Ebo la nse lọ́wọ́ báyìí nísìn. Àwọn enlighten àwọn ìbí fẹ́lá náà gbé ní ó gbé ní London, ó gbé ní UK. Then
can we celebrate our electric having a good road in this country, in Nigeria? Our business is not brainwashing all of our outside go. We read their method now. Yoruba, Atiwo, our other apology. Okay, what do all of our outside go? Understand? One of them must be when our outside go to run the government debt, let's come and clear one. Okay? One of our outside go. Our move of Koikimedia, what the so you are. àwọn police ọ̀tá òde wà politics ọlọ́run mi fi ṣe homosexual ni nítorí ẹ̀ lọ́ fi dájú ọkùnrin yìí dájú. Ibi kan ní Yobe àbí Yola wọ́n ní kọ́ba dẹ́gbà kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ni láti yànnà òwúrò ń bọ̀ sílẹ̀ kí ó ní òun dẹ́gbà ó sọ ó pẹ́ ní ẹ̀bùn ó ti gbàgbé wọ́n lò fún ọkọ̀ ẹni ìrẹ́kọ̀ láti rí ó sọ pé tó jọ rẹ̀ ó ní àwọn ẹ̀kú yìí ó ní homosexual gbogbo pátá ó ní homosexual ni wọ́n pátápátá ó ní nìkan ní Yobe àbí Yola tó ti máa ṣe ó ní tó bá fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí ó ní máa ní ẹ̀ẹ́nẹ́ kọ́ba tí wọ́n máa patrol tó máa ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó lẹ́nu ìwọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ kó wọ̀ bẹ̀ ọkùnrin ni ẹjọ́ mo náà ti gbé níbo náà ti ṣe irú kiri báyìí ṣé ní ọwọ́ ìbò náà ti kọ̀ ṣé lọ.
Ẹ ṣé gan bàbá wa.
Ṣé à ń ṣe gé ni àbá ṣe homosexual?
Ẹ ṣé gan.
Ẹ sọ fún mi náà ó sì kà bá. Ṣé ìjọ dé níta ṣé ẹ rí ní màrà ní Saudi ni ọmọ títí ní Saudi nìkan tó tọrọ bá ẹ rí rí.
Níbo níbo.
Ẹ̀wọ̀n lórí nígbà ẹ̀kú yìí ẹ̀sìn ẹ̀sìn ẹ̀jẹ̀ tí wúrà ni ó máa lọ dúdú alẹ́.
Ẹ̀fọ̀dùdú alẹ́. Ọ̀dà.
Ẹ̀jọ̀ ẹ̀jọ̀ tí wọ́n ẹ̀yìn ojú ẹ̀yìn la wọ ẹ̀nà àwọn la wà àti bẹ́ẹ̀ kú pọ̀pọ̀ ti fẹ́ pa àwọn èèyàn dà. Ẹ̀jọ̀ gbogbo ti fẹ́ pa wá bí wọ́n ti fẹ́ ojú ti pa àwọn èèyàn gbogbo fẹ́ pa wọ́n ti pa wá. Ọdún ní kò rí títì ni MT lásán ni.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni bàbá wa.
Ọlọ́run gbogbo ẹ̀
Poverty ni.
Poverty ló sọ ẹ̀dọ́ nídìí wòye.
Ọ̀dà.
Poverty ni o.
Ẹja fẹ́ lómi láyé ẹ ṣé gan bàbá wa. We are about 20 minutes and we need to manage the time that we have left. So let's just squeeze some of you that have already called. Bàbá wa ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè. Hello. Okay. Ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè kíákíá alàgbà tó ń pè wá. Ẹ káàárọ̀.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ló pè láti France.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò.
Ṣé mo fẹ́ kí àwa Yorùbá ká tètè prepare fún plan B. Plan B in the sense that ṣẹ́rí Buhari ò jẹ́ ọ̀pọ̀ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ Buhari ò jẹ́ sáà kí wọ́n fún àgbàlá yẹn. Ó ní ìdí burúkú jẹ́ ni. Ṣẹ́rí in case tí lóbi ìlú ṣe ń dàrú wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ Bùrẹ̀tàlá ò dẹ̀ ní fún plan and tàbá ti jẹ́ kó wọ́ọ̀kì. tó Britain máa bá tiẹ̀ lórí gbogbo kí là ń sọ ẹ lọ rúgá no rúgá wọ́n máa ṣe with fear àwọn water resources tí gbàjàmí àmì ìlà yìí suspend yẹn gbogbo omi wa 6 kilometres to the water wọ́n á gba gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ wa we are finished. Tọ́ba ti stick wọ́n tọ́ba ti ṣe tọ́ba ti try lọ́sẹ̀ tí Yorùbá resist yẹ tọ́ba ti resist yẹ we are gone. We are gone. Tẹ̀lé ojú ẹ lọ ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́gbọ̀n ẹ̀ máa bẹ́ẹ̀ tó lọ.
Ẹ já lọ sí.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ o.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò.
My brother. Koikimedia. Priscilla Adeleke Ajah from New Jersey.
Mo ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n
òsókè. Ni mo ti sùn mo sọ̀rọ̀ yìí o. Mo ti mọ̀. Ṣé mo ti bọ́ òsókè báyìí?
À ń gbọ́ yín kétékété.
Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ gbogbo ohun tó ṣẹlẹ̀ báyìí ni wípé ẹ kàn ní àwọn èèyàn wa wọn ọ̀gbọ́n ni wọ́n ti lórí wa pẹ̀lú màálù tá à ń jẹ. Màálù tó ń bá sùn tó ń fògùn sí. Tá a bá kọ màálù sílẹ̀ orí wa pé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá orí wa pé orí Ìgbò pé tá a bá fi màálù yẹn sílẹ̀ tá à ń jẹ màálù yẹn ọlọ́mọdé á ṣe àgbà. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ń ṣe ọ̀tún oríṣiríṣi sí màálù lára àwọn sì ń jẹ. Kó stọ̀pù màálù tá a bá stọ̀pù màálù. Corporate báyìí àwa Yorùbá tó bá lè gbọ́ eléyìí á dá o eléyìí á dá o gbogbo wọn ṣe ń sọ alágbára ẹ wo ìkòrò náà ni wọ́n pa èèyàn 6 tí kò sí nǹkan tó ń ṣe sí. káàkiri tó ń pààyàn wá wọlé wá pààyàn wá báyàwó sùn lójú ọkọ ẹ̀ wọ́n tún mọ́kọ wọ́n tún pa á tàbí kọ́ tó bọ́kọ náà sùn. Màálù tá à ń jẹ ni o màálù tá à ń jẹ ni ẹ má jẹ́ kó jẹ màálù mọ́ kò jẹ́ ká gbọ́n Màálù tá à ń jẹ yẹn ni wọ́n ti fi nǹkan sí màálù. Ẹ bá wa sọ fún wọn kó torí Ọlọ́run kó má jẹ màálù mọ́. Kó má jẹ màálù mọ́, ẹja ń bẹ, adìyẹ ń bẹ, oríṣiríṣi tòlótòló wà, oríṣiríṣi wà ká máa jẹ.
Ẹ ṣe gan màmá wa.
Ká Yorùbá náà lè ní torí gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣe yìí tí Yorùbá ò bá rí ta ní èkì. Agbára o. Kọ́ wọ inú ilé agbára, kọ́ wọ agbára, kọ́ ṣe wọ́n bó ṣe ń ṣe ojú. Kódà bó jẹ́ ẹyin, nǹkan tó fi máa ṣe, ó ní nǹkan tó máa lò, tó máa jù sáàárín wọn, títí wọn náà tó máa bàjẹ́, tó máa gbiná dànù. Kọ́ má jẹ màálù mọ́ o.
Kọ́ má jẹ màálù mọ́.
Kọ́ má jẹ màálù mọ́, tó bá ti ń jẹ màálù yẹn kò ságbára o. Ẹni bá ti lóògùn gan nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tó lóògùn kan tó bá ń jẹ màálù, ó fi agbára ẹ̀ ṣeré ni o. Ó ń fi agbára ẹ̀ ṣeré ni o. Oòduà ti dìde báyìí o. Yorùbá nation ti dìde báyìí o. Lágbára Ọlọ́run ẹ bá mi sọ fún àwọn èèyàn wa. Ṣùgbọ́n tó pọ̀ tí wọ́n ní ẹ̀rí.
Ìgbà tún ti dé. Àsìkò tún ti dé.
Just give me, we'll take a few more. Okay, let's go straight. This is a call from Japan. And I want to admit, ẹgbọ́n sókè bàbá wa láti Japan.
Yes, ẹ ṣe gan. Ẹ kó ṣe takuntakun ọ, kó tó gbé wa. Ẹ jọ, a máa fi iṣẹ́ kékeré náà yín sí ọjọ́ bí. Wọ́n á pẹ́ fún wa, a lè máa gbádùn. Yes, Ọlọ́run ti ṣe fún wa. Ká tó máa gbàdúrà kí gbogbo wa pé ìjọba bá máa ṣe celebration yẹn. Gbogbo àwọn tó yẹ pé ọkàn wọn ò tí ì dì, wọ́n á join wa. Irú ìjàngbara báyìí kò ń ṣe gbogbo èèyàn, in fact overcrowding of necessary. So ẹni tó bá dà pé ó yẹ sit on the fence ẹ fi wọ́n lẹ̀, wọ́n á bá wa torí train yẹn ti kúrò ní station. Bàbá wa wọ́n máa pọ̀. Ṣé gbogbo àwọn tó ń sọ pé àwọn ò tí ì fẹ́ àmì àwọn fẹ́ kíkí ní ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ rẹ̀ pé wọ́n ń bí lè tún lọ́wọ́ Nàìjíríà. Ọjọ́ mẹ́ta pé wọ́n yóò rò pé kankan wà tán. Wọ́n máa san lára àwọn trillions tí wọ́n ń yá wọ̀nyí. Kò dẹ̀ sí nínú. Òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ nìyẹn. You see, àwọn tí ó mọ̀ nípa economics is created for value. Nǹkan tí owó lè rà ó ní àǹfààní owó. Ṣùgbọ́n ilé ìta lọ rì mọ́lẹ̀ tàbí tá a gbé sínú kànga tá a lọ. Ó kàn ń waste níbẹ̀ ni. Why? Because it cannot serve as money. Okay? That is money that is not useful. It's as good as paper.
Okay.
Yeah. So then, nípa ti àwọn youth wa, mo rí pé ojú wọn ti ń dídé díẹ̀ sí. Ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀ nínú wọn ò tí ì mọ̀ pé location 9 tí àwọn ń fi attach. And ọlọ́dẹ tí wá ṣe àwọn tí wọ́n sọ pé àwọn ò fẹ́ ká lọ yìí wọ́n mọ̀ pé tó bá Sokoto ó máa di gòbí ìpàdà ni torí kò ṣe pé ká lé wọn kọjá omi odò ọ̀yà rárá a máa lé wọn kúrò ní gbogbo ìtàn pé Nàìjíríà ni a máa bára sí ilé wa celebrate ó mì pé Hausa máa free lọ́wọ́ wọn yẹn ara nǹkan tí wọ́n fi ń cool down fún àyẹ̀ òkè everybody kò gbọ́. So tá a bá lè lọ sí yìí tá a still àbá ṣẹ́ni gbogbo nǹkan tẹ̀ ń ṣe yìí wọ́n feel impact yẹn ní Aso Rock. And everybody tó wà involved ní gbogbo àwọn warriors wa.
Eshegoni. Please, Eshegoni. Ejo, gbogbo ẹni tó fẹ́ pè, please hold. I'm also getting in Nigeria, and I need to upload. Eshegoni Babawa láti kíní. Gbogbo ẹni tó fẹ́ pè, ẹ má distract because I need to pick. We see that I can put the phone on the off mode, but I use the phone. People are calling that you're actually disrupting, the broadcast as well. So if you're not watching, call. It's because as I'm doing this, I'm doing a lot of things at the background anyway, and it is important that I show things. If not, there's no point sitting here for 3 hours. Please do not call. It is very important. And program here, do not call. Do not call. There's a video that I've just received. Right now, Akeredolu's wife injured, 3 killed as the governor's details invaded. That is the video that I've just arrived on. So I just quickly want to put that video up, and it is important that you also see the video. I'm gonna put that video up now. So what I'm gonna do is I will leave this image. I think I might want to come this way, so that we use it. I'm gonna let's use a new scene. This video is just coming from Ondo State, where I'm told that gbogbo wọn pátápátá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àti ìyàwó àti bàbá gbogbo wọn pátápátá. This is the situation. I'm gonna get the next video ready. I'm getting the next video ready as well. So I'm gonna take that one off, and let me upload the next video. The next video says that some of the hardcore staff moving the electoral material and security personnel to the Oyo producing area of Ondo State have also capsized in the river. I'm going to bring that video up quickly. That is the situation report that is coming to my desk as we are live here as well. Nigeria at the verge of breakup. Everything will continue to collapse on them. This is the situation. That is the situation. That is the situation right now in those states. We're going to continue with the show. I'm going to leave those image on, and then I'm going to bring my face onto the camera as well, and then we take I'm going to call those that have called earlier. I'll try and return your call. I know how many of you have called. What you're watching right now is a situation inside Ondo State. Once again, I say thank you to my staff that are working behind the scene as well, bringing on some of these images as quickly as possible. Let me first go back to US, where one of the callers have been trying to get through. From what I'm told as well, as you can see there, that is the situation report in Ondo State. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò màmá wa. Adúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run. Okay. All right, mo wà lórí broadcast. Ṣé fi dá sórí ètò ni?
Màá dá sórí ètò.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè.
Ṣé ẹ rí gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí? Ọlọ́run á bá wa yanjú ẹ̀. Mo lè ṣe bá Nàìjíríà gan sọ̀rọ̀ bó pé Ìkòròdú nísìn torí mo ní àwọn tó jẹ́ strong politician but òun náà ti back up nísìn kò ṣe politics wọn.
Àgbọ̀yé.
Mo dẹ̀ ń sọ fún wọn tó lágbàdo ẹni tí bá dárúkọ tẹ̀ máa mọ̀ ní Ìkòyí club náà wà. Mo ń sọ fún wọn wípé ń kọ́ Oòduà nation yẹn ìdíkẹ̀jẹ́ ká dì. Àwọn náà dẹ̀ ń sọ fún mi pé lóòótọ́ ni mo sọ. Ó nítorí Bọ́lá Tinubu ó ti tà wá sọ́jà. Ìdí tó fi tà wá ni pé nígbà tí ẹ̀yin wà tẹ́ ẹ gbé Oòduà nation tẹ́ ẹ gbé Yorùbá tẹ́ ẹ gbé náà. Kí bàbá yẹn ṣe fún wa sí. Ẹ wo gbogbo òun náà wọ́n wá ń sọ fún mi torí mo ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ pé lẹ́nu. Wọ́n wá ń sọ fún mi pé àwọn tètè kọjá nǹkan tí mo sọ. Ìyẹn lẹ́fún àmọ̀ kó tẹ́ ń ṣe o. Òun fẹ́ nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ dá sí nìyẹn. Iṣẹ́ tẹ̀ ń ṣe ó wà nílé o. Ọmọ ẹ̀rọ pé kò wọ́n don't be discouraged.
Àgbọ̀yé.
Ẹ wà continue ó sọ wípé ó tiẹ̀ ti wá dójú ẹ̀ báwo gbogbo wọn gan fẹ́ já síta báyìí.
Àgbọ̀yé. Ṣé gan.
Ilé ńlá kọ́ sí kòròdú ọmọ kòròdú dẹ̀ ni wọ́n.
Ẹ ṣé gan màmá wa.
Ó ní wọ́n fẹ́ já síta pátápátá ní pé everybody wọn kí ẹ̀. Ìjà tí wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n ń jà ní kòròdú yẹn olóòtẹ̀ ti di rádaràdá gbogbo ẹ̀ tiẹ̀ ti fọ́yán káyọ́ká ó torí the poverty is too much.
Poverty is too much.
In fact, the way he said, he told me to the essence pé ó tẹ̀ ṣe ń lò dàbí pé fẹ́ lọ sí the revolution. Ẹ rí wípé Ọlọ́run ti dìde tàwa Yorùbá.
Àdúgbò fọlọ́run.
Ọlọ́run ti dìde tiwa. Òun wà ní nǹkan tí mo ṣe pé. Àwọn olóòtú ti kọjá gbogbo ìtẹ́mi tẹ̀ sọ yẹn. Káwọn èèyàn bá dẹ̀ ti sọ pé ó ti kọjá àbúrò tí mò ń sọ yẹn. Wọ́n gbé APC lérí báyìí tẹ́lẹ̀. Tó jẹ́ pé bí àwọn gan ni lídà àwọn níbẹ̀. Ṣé get point ìfẹ́ dárúkọ.
Ó yé mi.
Torí àwọn ìgbélé wà
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ó yé mi, that's fine. No, ẹ ní láti dárúkọ. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Ẹ ṣé gan ni màmá wa. Ẹ ṣé gan ni màmá wa.
So, ó ti dé ojú ẹ̀.
Ó ti dé ojú ẹ̀.
Iṣẹ́ kà ń ṣe o. Táwa dé àbúrò àgbẹ̀ ṣe ó yanjú o.
Ó níyànjú díẹ̀díẹ̀ àdúgbò fọlọ́run.
Díẹ̀díẹ̀ púpọ̀ ni.
Púpọ̀, okay. It's good to know that.
Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ti dé awareness ti wà fún wọn sókè wọ́n ti rà.
Ti rí ibi tá à ń lọ. Ó dà.
Ojú ti rà.
Ẹ ṣé
So,
gan.
tẹ bá kéré ètò tán.
Màá pè yín. Màá pè yín sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ ṣé gan ni màmá wa. Thank you very much. Àwọn màmá wa nìyẹn láti ìlú Amẹ́ríkà. Ẹ jẹ́ let me just come back here. Ṣé rí i pé the situation I hope àwọn tí wọ́n wà nínú omi yẹn I hope everybody has been rescued. Let's just get the audio out a little bit. And here as well, the situation on this end as well, as you can see. Ó máa para wọn tán ni gbogbo wọn pátápátá. Gbogbo wọn pátápátá. Akeredolu's wife injured, 3 killed as the governor's detailed invaded. You see that we are not the one fighting them now. We are not the one fighting them, but they're fighting each other. Let's take a few more calls. Okay.
Hello.
Nígbà tá a ti ní tá a bá ti pè ẹ bá wa mute ti background ẹ ti ń gbọ́ wa láti ìyá tó bí 1 hour kan nísinsìnyí. Gbogbo tó ń play lẹ́yìn yẹn ó tún wọnú bíbà ẹ̀ ṣe nígbà tá a ti pè wá yẹn ẹ mute ti ìsàlẹ̀ yẹn pátápátá ẹ lè máa wojú mi nítorí pé echo yẹn padà and it's affecting a lot of things that we are using here as well.
Okay, no, another phone.
Ẹ lè mute yẹn ni mò ń sọ ẹ gbóhùn sókè àgbọn yín nísìn.
Ẹ ṣe iṣẹ́ Odùduwà ibi tí a wà ń sìn ó léwu torí àwọn Fúlàní wọ́n fẹ́ pa gbogbo Benin ẹ gbọ́ pé gbogbo àwọn Pẹ̀jú gbogbo gbogbo rúlà wọn olóòtí ń gba and that is the same thing tí wọ́n ń ṣe tó fi ń kó gbogbo àwọn èèyàn wá so ibi tá a wà ń sìn ẹni tó bá ti lóun jẹ́ against gbọ́dọ̀ máa fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ tíyàn kan bá lóun jẹ́ politician tó ní àwọn làwọn lè kó wọn ní bákìrì lọ ẹ jẹ́ kó finish ẹ̀ bọ́n ṣe ṣe gbogbo bí nìyẹn Fúlàní sọ pé ẹni tó bá jẹ́ kó da àwọn fáwọn á jẹ́ títí gbogbo ni that is what we are supposed to do before initiality begins at home àwọn tó jẹ́ ọ̀tá ilé àwọn olóyè ká kọ́kọ́ rí wọ́n ní àwọn bá ń ṣe wọ́n ti ṣe meeting wọ́n ti accept Ìbà Gani Adams ó ti accept àgbọ̀ but àwọn èyí tó bá kù ẹ jẹ́ ká wá bá ṣe máa finish wọn torí tá a bá finish wọn wọ́n á jẹ́ kó finish Yorùbá á lè gbọ́dọ̀ gba kíní kíákíá ẹ ṣe gan sa.
ẹ ṣe gan ni ẹ já lọ sí Òṣòdì even though pé àsìkò wa ti round up báyìí ní kíákíá ẹ gbóhùn sókè bàbá Solomon láti ìlú Òṣòdì lẹ́kọ̀ọ́.
ẹ káàárọ̀ bọ́dà mi
ẹ káàbọ̀ sí lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ètò nìyẹn.
Ọlọ́run máa wà pẹ̀lú yín o.
àṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
iṣẹ́ tẹ̀ ṣe yìí àṣeyọrí lẹ máa ṣe o.
àmín.
situation report ti Ondo àwa náà àwà ní díẹ̀ bí à ń wò. Èmi gan ó yẹ kí n lọ sí Àkúrẹ́ léèní tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ torí pé wọ́n nígbà ká wọlé ni mi ò ṣe jáde léèní. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ wọ́n máa para wọn tán ni gbogbo wọn tán wà nínú òṣèlú jẹgúdújẹrá ní Nàìjíríà lè ní Ọlọ́run ti ń kẹ̀yìn wọn síra. Wọ́n máa para wọn tán ni àwọn títí Yorùbá èmi rawọ́ ẹ̀bẹ̀ sí wọn. Ẹ bá wo fídíò tí mo ṣe lára wọn ní àsìkò àti onípò àdá wọn lélẹ̀. Gbogbo ti jí ní location 9 kan ya gbé wá sí ilẹ̀ Oòduà kan fi a máa gbà wọn láyè láti fi ṣe business kan nígbà wọn láyè láti ṣèjọba wa ni. Àtàwọn ọmọ wọn a máa fi wọn lẹ̀. Àwa tí a ti pinnu láti gba orílẹ̀-èdè Oòduà tá a bá lọ ṣe lẹ́yìn wọn tí wọ́n support wa wọ́n máa ní problem pẹ̀lú wa. Àbí mo lè ṣe sọ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ bá a ṣe sọ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n bá wà níbi pé wọ́n fẹ́ máa bẹ ẹni wá lára ká má lọ. Gbogbo wọn la máa publish wọn. Orúkọ wọn picture ó máa go viral internationally.
No problem.
So that wọ́n á lè mọ̀ pé ìjà yẹn both. Ọlọ́run máa gbà fún wa Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ti gbà fún wa ni ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá mi send the link petition yẹn sórí WhatsApp mi ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
ọ̀dà àṣẹ nísìn.
ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá mi send it so that màá lè forward ẹ̀ fáwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi káwọn náà kàn lè fill the petition.
I'll do that now ẹ ṣé gan ni.
àádọ́ máa retí.
ẹ jẹ́ à play fídíò yìí tí ẹ ṣe sí wa ní àná ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ fídíò yẹn ká tó máa lọ ẹ ṣé gan alàgbà wa láti Òṣòdì. Fáǹfààní ẹni tí kò bá mọ̀ ṣe rí a ti sọ pé everyone has a role to play bọ́dà ẹja sáré gbọ́ bàbá wa Bashiru lẹ́yìn bàbá wa Bashiru a ní láti play fídíò kan. Hello ẹ ti wọlé ẹgbóhùn sókè. Ẹgbọ́n sókè bàbá wa ètò nìyẹn.
Ọlọ́run á kún wa lérè. Ṣeré Yorùbá ní iṣu àti ẹnumọ́rọ̀ kò kí ń jóná. And you can't build something on nothing. Ṣeré tá a bá ti organize ara wa ṣeré pé ọkọ̀ kan náà mo ti sọ. Ṣeré gbogbo nǹkan náà fà yìí we really need to organize ourselves. And secondly Yorùbá Congress wọ́n gbìyànjú tó but now it's like we are operating there. Like as if they are alpha and omega they should not wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ kínní ètò tiwa náà ní pé láti wá ràn wá lọ́wọ́ ìrànlọ́wọ́ tá a lè ṣe fún wọn ní pé àwa táwa lókè òkun kí ni contribution tiwa sábà máa lùkù sí bàbá tó ti wà age of 80 náà ni bàbá yẹn ti gbìyànjú tó kí làwọn náà fẹ́ fún and even we have to be very careful we don't end up building up another dictatorship this thing will be a participating for everybody suggestion ti tèmi rèé because mo kọ láti keep background yẹn kí lè mọ bí tá a wà kíkíní ẹ̀yin kọ́kọ́ fúnra yín náà wò ó sè pẹ́pẹ́ Yorùbá voice la fẹ́ lò mí báyìí who are those organizing who are those champions it tàbá fẹ́ direct question ọ̀hún la fẹ́ direct ẹ̀ sí ẹ̀wù yẹn wọ́n kà ti ta lórí flag ẹ̀wù yẹn káàkà kan jókòó síbẹ̀ àwọn tó máa combine colour èmi máa mo ní suggestion kan lórí flag tó submit flag UPN ni and because all know about the history it's every Yorùbá belong to UPN because gbogbo nǹkan kéékèèké báyìí náà ló tún máa padà wá fún mi náà tá a bá ti yanjú ẹ̀ láti lẹ̀ because foundation really matter wọ́n ní tí pínlẹ̀ gbé ò bá dáa olóòótọ́ gangan ó ń ṣe lásán ni àwọn tá a fẹ́ gbìyànjú pàápàá gan a gbọ́dọ̀ de foundation ẹ̀ kó dúró foundation ti tèmi lélẹ̀ níjọba àkọ́kọ́ jáde àkọ́kọ́ ìjọba jáde lẹ́ẹ̀kejì wọ́n kọ àwọn orúkọ jáde why tell us ṣé yorùbá fún islam fẹ́ lò lára táwa nídìí àfúrásì láàrin affiliate sí yorùbá world congress but àtàwà níbí báyìí kan náà we have to identify ourselves so kò ní pẹ́ máa lọ síwájú lọ sẹ́yìn ẹ wo lórí bọ́ọ̀lù ńsìn kò sí policy statement kankan lórí ẹ̀ pípa yín fẹ́ gbégbà rí ìkọ́ báyìí la fẹ́ ṣe lórí ẹ̀ sí ọkọ̀ lórí ẹ̀ka ṣe organization bá ní ọkọ̀ lórí ẹ̀ka lórí ẹ̀ pé kíní àìsàn kọ́mítì ní èèyàn márùn lórí eléyìí èèyàn márùn lórí eléyìí èèyàn márùn lórí eléyìí kò sáà fẹ́ gbàjọba àpapàgbọ́n àti organize tá a bá dẹ̀ ṣọ́ra ṣe àwọn ẹni burúkú tá a náà sá fún ọtún máa já kìkìní because there is no fact in the power àwọn kan máa step in are we really ready to step in that's the major thing àwọn sọ gbọ́dọ̀ organize ara wa and the more bó wá ṣe pẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí tẹ́ ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ lásán bóyá ẹgbẹ́ méjọ ẹ̀ náà ni lẹ́kọ́ ní gbogbo kì í lágbájá báyìí ní secretary if tẹ́ ẹ bá fẹ́ lo president gbọ́dọ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ yìí ara àdánwò tí yóò bá ní nìyẹn àdánwò wa ni ẹ lo secretary ẹni website wa ẹ jẹ́ ká ní pé kínní bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe wáyé sí tí bá mi bá organize bó jẹ́ 500 mo fẹ́ contribute tá la fẹ́ contribute ẹ̀ sí kó ìkẹyìn mọ̀ mi èmi mọ̀ yín mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ ẹ́ tẹ̀mí ṣe lórí káàdùkù lẹ́yìn but a gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe nǹkan collectively láti tètè ara ìbí tá a lọ we really need organization and the more tá a bá jẹ́ ń gbé kínní wọ́n ní a day loss is a day loss ní àlégé ní ìmọ̀ láéláé èyí tó bá tún ti bọ́ mbẹ̀ sí ẹ̀ kò lè kú tọ̀la mọ́ so a gbọ́dọ̀ tètè bẹ̀rẹ̀ kò ń ṣe nǹkan tó jẹ́ tì lọ́la so wọ́n lè máa suggest ní pé bó jẹ́ pé nísìnyí àwa yorùbá voice wọ́n pé 15 la fẹ́ constitute èèyàn 15 executive member àwọn tó wà ní America 15 àwọn tó wà ní Europe generally 15 kàwá yíyan mẹ́ta kọ́ pàdé ní generally I don't want to be part of it but I want this thing to be really organized so tá a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ àfẹ́ ìpáwá tá a wà ní abroad là ń sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí pé kíni because tí wàhálà bá ti wà fún àwọn tó wà ní tó wà fún ọlọ́run a máa gbóhùn títí wa náà ọmọ ìpá àwọn tó wà ń lo ìbò náà là ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí Koiki adé àti sáré ṣe organization ní problem wá sí organization if not àwọn máa lọ́wájú fa flag lẹ́ni fa pole lọ́la fa kíní lọ́la ó tó gbìyànjú báyìí náà ṣe ń ṣe òpó táwọn kan gbọ́dọ̀ jókòó lórí ẹ̀ so nǹkan táwọn bá jókòó dáadáa là ń lóṣè máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní policy making ó yẹ èèyàn márùn la máa fi wò ní ẹ tó wà lórí education rí àwọn tó wà lórí defence rí àwọn tó wà lórí foreign kíní rí so èrò ti tẹ̀mí nìyẹn o ọlọ́run á fún wa ṣe o.
àmín ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ ṣé gan ni. Sometimes you just want to speak because I'm on a live broadcast show at the moment. Okay, all right, shaking pain after the last time. All right, then, okay. Do we all agree? Okay, let me play that video first from that brother that called earlier on. Ejek Agbonko was on the video he did. The Carol.
ẹ jọ̀ọ́ gbogbo wa ní ká gbárùkù ti àwọn amúnisìn yìí ìgbà tí ó yẹ ká ṣiṣẹ́ tó yẹ ká ṣe lélẹ̀ kò sí nǹkan kan tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní orílẹ̀-èdè yìí ẹ wò ní ìsìn báyìí SARS nìkan ni àwọn youth tó ń rí wọn rí ètò ọrọ̀ ajé ìlú tó dẹnu kọlẹ̀ SARS ìṣòro kan ní SARS nínú ìṣòro igba almost 200 ìṣòro ní Nàìjíríà àwọn ètò ní SARS nìkan lè ń pariwo ẹ̀ tí SARS bá lọ ọlọ́pàá tó máa sọ pé bail is free tó sì máa gbowó lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ kó tó fi ẹ́ sílẹ̀ ní station torí offence tó tiẹ̀ commit crime tó yẹ káwọn èèyàn ṣe community service wọ́n á charge ẹ̀ sí court sí ilé ẹjọ́ bíi potential criminal charges wọ́n á rán ẹnìyẹn lọ sí prison tẹ́ bá dé ilé ọgbà ẹ̀wọ̀n lórílẹ̀ ní ìpínlẹ̀ ṣé Nàìjíríà náà kù tẹ́ bá dé ọgbà ẹ̀wọ̀n tẹ́ bá dé Kirikiri kò séèyàn tó lọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó jáde tí ò gbé ṣòro mi jáde ó máa gbé ṣòro mi jáde ṣáàni. ẹ̀yin ọmọ ìyá mi gbogbo sísítẹ̀mù tó ń pè ní Nàìjíríà ọ̀tá ọmọ ìlú ni sísítẹ̀mù yẹn ó kọ ẹ̀yìn sí àwọn ọmọ ìlú. wọ́n sọ àwọn èèyàn wọ́n sọ wọ́n di ẹrú náà sọ àwọn ènìyàn di sísítẹ̀mù yìí ó sọ àwọn èèyàn di ẹrú ni. ọmọ ojúlówó Yorùbá ọmọọba ni ẹ̀yẹ́ wò wá bá ṣe ń gbègbè ayé wa nílẹ̀ Káàárọ̀-o-ò-jíire ṣé à ń gbègbè ọmọọba mọ́. èyàn lọ sí iléèwé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga a lọ ọdún 5 pẹ̀lú strike pẹ̀lú kò sówó pẹ̀lú kò sóúnjẹ wàá tún lọ sí gba ìjọba àpapọ̀ fún odindi ọdún kan tó bá jáde sí gbòòrò wàá máa gbé certificate tó ń gbélé ẹ lọ́wọ́ kiri ò ní rí ṣẹ́ṣẹ́ kò sómi kò síná kò sọ́nà kò sẹ́tọ̀ ọmọ ènìyàn dọ́là sí Nàìjíríà náírà nísìn is 470 something naira to $1. Basic salary in most private and the government sector àwọn kan ṣe gba 20,000 naira. báàgì ìrẹsì eléyìí tó cheap jù lẹ́ máa rí 24,000 naira. kí ló ń ṣe wá ná àwọn ọ̀dọ́ ìpínlẹ̀ Káàárọ̀-o-jíire èèyàn kan á dẹ̀ fún ẹ ní ẹgbẹ̀rún náírà bí 2,000 wà á dẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa sọkúsọ. o ò tiẹ̀ rò pé ìgbé ayé tó ń gbé iṣẹ́ ìgbé ayé tó yẹ kó ọmọ ènìyàn tó lọ́n dá ní àwòrán ara ẹ̀ tó yẹ kó gbé ló ń gbé mọ̀ túmọ̀ èèyàn ni. most of our people they are not human being again. nígbà tí èèyàn bá lè rí tó lè ronú ọkàn ara ẹ̀ pé tóun bá gbé ọmọ làkejì tóun bá fi ọ̀bẹ sí lọ́rùn tóun bá yọ ọkàn ẹ̀ tóun bá yọ kíndìnrín ẹ̀ tóun bá fi gún ọṣẹ tóun bá fi gún kínní tóun bá jẹ́ lówó máa ya bò ẹ rí pé ẹ ti ya wèrè ẹni tó bá ń lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ti ya wèrè. òun ni ìgbàgbọ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nísìn nítorí pé kí ni a fẹ́ kọ́lé a fẹ́ ra mọ́tò a fẹ́ ra generator basic things of life a fẹ́ sanwó school ọmọ nǹkan tó yẹ kó ìjọba ṣe lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́ fún yín gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni pé ọmọ ènìyàn àní àwùjọ agbo ọmọ ènìyàn ẹ̀ ń tẹ̀lé àwọn olóṣèlú Nàìjíríà gbogbo àwọn olóṣèlú Nàìjíríà ìránṣẹ́ amúnisìn ni wọ́n kó léṣèlú wá láti ọ̀run sí ìjọba Nàìjíríà á di èṣù wọn èṣù tí ò ní òun pọ̀ dànù. Bíbélì ní àsìkò gbogbo nǹkan ló ní àsìkò ìjà wà àsìkò kárẹ́ wà àsìkò ogun wà àsìkò àlàáfíà wà àsìkò àti sunkún àsìkò àti rẹ́rìn gbogbo nǹkan ló lásìkò àsìkò àti jà fáwọn ọ̀dọ́ lélẹ́yìí. ọmọ olóṣèlú mélòó lórí tó bá yẹ lọ sí primary school tó bá yẹ lọ secondary school tó bá yẹ lọ sí university ọmọ olóṣèlú mélòó lórí wọn á wá kó ìbò fún ẹ wọn fẹ́ dìbò wọn á kó ìbò fún ẹ wọn á fún ẹ ní 5,000 wà á máa yín ìbọn wà á lọ máa wọ́n gbébọn fún ẹ wọ́n fún ẹ ládàá wọ́n fún ẹ lóúnjẹ ọjọ́ kan kó lọ ba gbogbo ìgbésí ayé ẹ jẹ́ òwò náà dẹ̀ lọ ìwọ náà wù ara ẹ lẹ́nu mélòó ni wọn tó máa ti wọbẹ̀ tán ló máa lè bá wọn pàdé nígboro àbí ló máa lè lọ sí yàrá ìṣiṣẹ́ wọn ní ìyẹn tá à ń pè lọ́fíìsì wọn ló gbà bàbá mo ní ìdìkan báyìí fún àwọn ọmọ mo ní ìdìkan báyìí fún ẹbí mi tó máa dá ẹ lóhùn. àwọn arúgbó wa wọ́n ń tọrọ owó láàrin ìgboro nísì àwọn ọmọ kékeré tọrọ owó àwọn ìyàwó ilé wọ́n lọ ń ṣe ṣekúṣe láti rówó torí ọkọ ò níṣẹ́ ọmọ adẹ̀jẹun kò dẹ̀ síṣẹ́ tó kọ̀ lọ́pọ̀ léṣe bó ló fẹ́ tajà ọjà wo ló fẹ́ tà ọjà náà dà kò ní ọlọ́dà kó inú gbó kò ṣe lọ nísìn bó ló fẹ́ lọ máa dáko ṣé àdá kan ló fẹ́ fi dáko tó fẹ́ tà. ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ẹ̀yin bàbá mi ẹ̀yin ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ẹ̀yin àbúrò mi ẹ̀yin ọ̀rẹ́ mi ilé yá ẹja jáwọ́ lápọ̀n tí ó yọ ọmọ ọba ní gbogbo wa ẹ má jẹ́ kí àwọn àtọ̀hún nìkan wá kán sáàrin wa kán wá tàn wá jẹ gbogbo ẹ̀yin Yorùbá tẹ́ wà nínú òṣèlú ẹ ronúpìwàdà àsìkò ìrònúpìwàdà lélẹ̀ àbáyínjà nǹkan tá a máa sọ fún yín ni pé a lè gbéjọba tá a bá gba orílẹ̀-èdè Odùduwà a lè gbà yín láyè kẹ́ ẹ ṣiṣẹ́ fún wa.
Okay, I'm gonna pause that. Let's do something before we end. Maybe we should move it for tomorrow, but I'll take the vote because there's this issue of organization that keeps popping up every now and then. Let me change the scene, and I appreciate my brother that continue to do his own little bit towards this conversation. Do we have problem around organization moving forward? Because what next is what a lot of you are asking us. That should be our conversation now. Please do not move away from our conversation now is, do we have issues around the organization moving the Yoruba self-determination forward? Don't call on something else. Let's take this caller that is coming through. Mute the background yẹn kẹ́ tó pè á ti máa ń bẹ gbogbo yẹn. Please. Ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè. Ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè engineer mi. Adúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run bàbá mi.
Ọ̀rọ̀ organization ni mo fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí.
Ìyẹn ni mo fẹ́ máa gbọ́ nísìnyí. Come on, mind láti extend program a little bit, but let's focus on that, yeah.
Comment tèmi ni pé, observation tèmi ni pé, ẹ má jẹ́ wọ́n create the organization kankan.
It's not about creating a new organization. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Now, tó bá wá ní branch ti UK, who is the secretary, who is the king, kó máa report fún bàbá yẹn.
Okay.
Ìgbọ́n tí mi suggest nìyẹn because àwọn tí ká tún máa dá ọ̀gá.
But àwọn tó wà lé ẹni sùúrù, àwọn tó wà lé kò ní gbogbo gbárálì yẹn àárín wọn gẹ́ẹ̀tì, àwọn èèyàn rí wọn get láti communicate pẹ̀lú wọn. So it's not about UK now, it's about the whole world. So people tend to quickly focus on UK. UK kọ́ ní gbogbo Yorùbá wà. Àwọn wo ló máa bá communicate pẹ̀lú? Okay, táwọn èèyàn bá pè mí nísìn láti Libya. I am just the media. But we need to move them and say, okay, communicate pẹ̀lú Yoruba World Congress organization tó wà ní chapter tó wà ní Libya. It seems we have this communication breakup, but I'll give my point. It's not about creating another organization. But moving forward, because what next is what people are asking us. Because we are not going to set up another rally when we don't have their own communication line fully backing it. Rally Takmari, I'm not sure that we have a lot of backing, from them, from Nigeria. Not even the one from the Yoruba One Voice as well.
Okay. So,
yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Okay, all right. Somebody saying, let's go to US. Somebody, I read comment as well from the YouTube. I thank God for the so-called media. Without that, NTA, TVC, and channels will not tell us anything. They're not going to ever tell you anything. Let's go. Organization, the Yoruba World Congress, any one of them, it doesn't matter. Ati Yoruba, Ati One Voice, Ati Ko One Voice, Ati OMO. Moving forward now, what should we do with this organization, especially when people are asking too many questions? Ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè ẹ̀ tó ń pè wá. I'm going, but there's a lot of... Okay, probably in the subway. It's an American number. All right, I'll take part again.
Hello?
Oh yeah, tètè bá wa gbóhùn sókè. Mo rí pé in America ṣe ń jí ni.
Are you from US? Hello?
Yeah, Aunty Moisa, Mr. Ayo.
Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ sà.
Àwa ni ẹ sà.
Bí Nàìjíríà, àwa Yorùbá. Ṣé rí àwa tá a wà ní diaspora about Nigeria? Mo máa
Afura wa ti gba freedom ara wa no ká tó jáde pa fẹ́ bayo. So lago
line yẹn ó crack gan and struggle láti
Okay. Mo ní ṣé àwa tá wà ní Yorùbá tá fẹ́ jà fún Yorùbá nation. Ṣé àwa gangan fúnra wa ṣé a ti kọ́kọ́ fúnra wa dá dúró a ti kọ́kọ́ ní freedom ara wa náà.
ẹ ṣì wò kágò.
Ṣé gbọ́ mi?
À ń gbọ́ yín.
Ṣé ẹ̀rẹ̀kọ́ láti mú yìí? Ṣé understand?
Ìbólẹ̀ ẹ̀ka ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ à ń gbọ́ yín.
Ṣé rí bí táti ó dàbí pàtó máa sọ pé a fẹ́ gé igi a lọ gé látòkè. Ìṣòro tó wà ní Yorùbá ṣé rí ó dìgbà tá a bá kọ́kọ́ mú ṣé rí gbogbo àwọn tó jẹ́ pé tá a bá kọ́kọ́ eradicate gbogbo wọn first. Ṣé understand? Ìgbà yẹn la tó mọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń ṣe. Tá a bá ti sọ pé a sì dòkó bí eléyìí tá a sì jẹ́ pé gbogbo a sì pariwo pé a fẹ́ gba Yorùbá nation tá a sì lọ sọ pé a sì lọ bá àmì òfìfẹ́ a lọ bá àwọn bàbá wa ṣèpàdé a lọ bá Aláàfin a lọ bá ọ̀rọ̀ pípọ̀ ọ̀hún. Gbogbo nìyẹn.
Bọ̀ṣẹ́ ní tẹ bá ẹni sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ mọ̀ pé èmi máa interject tẹ bá ní wonder wá ṣe ní evidence to that.
Ẹ sà ní every month ṣọ̀rọ̀ mi yé yín every month 10% of the local government allocation is going towards the traditional rulers.
Mo ní wá ṣàsan sálárì fún wọn àbí wọn ní san sálárì fún wọn.
Ẹ sà kí ni benefit wọn nílùú?
Okay.
Well, many benefit. Our people not to come back our lorry. I want our bedroom 4 victims.
Okay, anyway, all right, because we were talking about the organization, but area me the into which is okay because the other question join one. But we are talking more now on the organization structure. Sure, it's only 12 o'clock. But we can extend it because there's a lot of people calling about that issue, and that issue no be buttress. But if you tend to learn this, to take you through another dimension, but it's fine. Okay. Let's move forward. Allah Jeka move forward. All right, I'll let you go. I might be no tabaturelu mi to fe da si àwa fẹ́ move forward ni a fi máa gbọ́ pé à ní move forward torí pé àfẹntí ilé ò bá fẹ́ gùn lọ ṣe rí ilé tàdé ń sọ yẹn kò ń ṣe ilé tó wà nísìn ṣe rí pé alàgbà kan pè lẹ́ǹkan gbóhùn ẹ̀ kókó gbogbo owó tó ti invest ní Amẹ́ríkà kókó lọ Nàìjíríà ó máa wọ́ mi ní is not a conducive area to put your money in. Bá sọ fún ẹ pé Nigeria is fantastic, is this and that. Look, nǹkan kan ló máa pa ẹ́ nínú Nigeria. Kódà kò ní gbogbo security tó máa tẹ̀lé lójoojúmọ́. Ṣèbọn la wò tán nísìn. Right? Security kan la wò tán nísìn. Àbí ẹ jẹ́ n show sí ni. Ṣèbáwọn tó máa gbà yín lẹ̀ náà tó bá tẹ̀lé oní security. Ìyàwó gómìnà kan lọ́yìn jọ nínú Ondo state election tó ń ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́, the fraudulent election tó ń ṣe. Ẹ jẹ́ àpadà sí ọ̀dọ̀ màmá wa princess tí mo fi tọ̀wọ̀tọ̀wọ̀ dárúkọ ẹgbóhùn sókè màmá.
Hello bàbá mi.
Àgbọ̀n yín.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nǹkan tó bá ní kí kálukú pè fún ni kán pè fún.
Ó dà pé bàbá ṣe wọlé ni.
Ó dà pé ọmọ dáàdi wọ́n ṣe jí. UK. Bọ̀tọ̀ bọ́ ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn bọ́ ṣe. Ẹ bá ti dá wọn lóògbé bá lọ́nà wo wọ́n ti get rid wọn. Ẹ gbọ́ mi sà, ẹ gbọ́ mi mà, gbogbo àwọn tó wà lórí platform. Fúnra wọn ni wọ́n máa fúnra wọn lóògùn jẹ ní àṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn bàbá kan, ókè tá a bá ní ká get rid wọn bá rẹ̀ ṣe ṣáfẹ́ lọ gbébọn sí wọn lọ́rùn. We won't do that. Bọ̀ owó Oòduà tí wọ́n dalẹ̀, òun ló máa kọjú ìjà sí wọn. Gbogbo jíìpù gbogbo mọ́tò tí wọ́n gbà lọ́wọ́ gbogbo àwọn olóṣèlú tó ń gùn wọ́n yẹn. Ojú wọn báyìí ní Fúlàní ṣe ló máa sọ fún wọn pé go inside give me the key then I want to ride your car. Nígbà tó bá bá gbogbo àwọn olórí sùn, wọ́n bẹ́ wọn sùn tán lójú ẹ̀mí wọn. Òye yín
àgbọ́yé.
àfi wèrè tó ń sọ yẹn wọ́n bá yẹn sìn ní gbọ́ ọba mọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ máa gbọ́ ẹ̀mà kíní kan òní sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ ọba mọ́ nílé ní lẹ́bù ti Yorùbá tí wọ́n fẹ́ fi jẹ́ tó fẹ́ fi kó wa láyà jẹ. ẹjọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run tá a bá ti ń pè tẹ́ni kan ṣe léyìí ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ẹ máa fi solution sí. bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ní ká get rid wọn yẹn ọ̀nà wo la máa gbà get rid wọn.
ṣá máa wọlé lọ kidnap wọn ni.
àwọn òde ṣe yẹn.
a ní kí alálẹ̀ kó dájọ́ fún wọn. torí pé iṣẹ́ Oòduà làwa ń ṣe iṣẹ́ Oòduà iṣẹ́ tí yà ń jẹ àwọn ọmọ náà bó ṣe ń jà wá náà ló ń jà wọn náà táwọn bá wá dìde ẹ ti gbọ́ nísìn ẹ tó bá ti pè nísìn solution plus question tó tó so ẹ ṣe gan ni màmá wa thank you very much. lára ń bọ̀.
ẹnu òṣè kò dẹ̀ ṣe wípé ká jókòó sórí kọ̀ǹpútà ká máa tẹ
kọ́mẹ̀ntì. ẹ jẹ́ kí n ṣàlàyé fún àwọn èèyàn ṣe rí let me say something you might think that àwọn tí ó jáde níjọ rally yẹn ní UK kódà ò bá wà ní àwọn tó jáde ní Woolwich wà àwọn tó jáde ní Manchester wà ojú gbogbo wa ni wọ́n ti capture o because wọ́n mọ̀ pé ìtawà wa ṣe yẹn àyà wa gbógan ni but àwọn náà wá wò pé ibo là ń lọ so àwa gan ti take risk tá ti take ìyẹn lásán with something because àwa mọ̀ pé ibi táwa ń lọ yẹn authentic ni ìjọba ìlú yìí náà dẹ́ ń wò pé tẹ́fẹ́ dọ́wọ́ lé yìí àwọn náà fẹ́ wo bí tẹ́fẹ́ ẹ̀ndẹ̀ sí tẹ́ máa kọ̀ pé sórí show torí papọ̀ open phone line tó bá di pé ńgbà tá a bá ní kẹ́ jáde nísìn again ẹ jẹ́ ká rí yín níta o bó ṣe rí nìyẹn o.
ibi tí mo bẹ sọ̀rọ̀ yìí àwọn bí ọ̀rẹ́ mi mélòó kan ni mo ṣì bá jà lọ́wọ́ báyìí nítorí pé kí ni a ti fohùn sí wípé a máa pàdé ní Sàbàdà.
ọba yọsẹ.
ẹ wá ń sọ fún mi wípé nítorí pé Boris Johnson ó sọ̀rọ̀ ní a week before ó léyàn mẹ́fà ní kó dúró mo ní láti tún ẹ̀ta fìdí ká gbangba. ìgbà yẹn gba 2,000 people.
Easily more than 2,000 easily.
Okay, wọ́n tẹ̀ wá ní wípé wọ́n ní kọ́ máa dúró mẹ́fà kí ló fẹ́ tó tẹ̀ jáde lọ. ẹ wá fẹ́ máa give excuse ẹnu òṣè rárá. ibi báyìí UK yìí dẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn náà ni wọ́n gbé lọ́ọ̀ wá torí ẹ̀ náà la fi tẹ̀ sí wọn lójú last week.
a tẹ̀ sí wọn lójú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
a tẹ̀ sí wọn lójú ẹ jẹ́ kó mọ̀ wípé yes àwọn ibi tẹ̀ dé wa mọ́ lórí burúkú yín ó ti expire láti 2004.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ jẹ́ àmà lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
enough is enough. So ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa ìjọ ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ jígíbù my daughter ọmọ mi sọ fún mi lẹ́nu wípé wọ́n máa tún ṣe rally ní area Tottenham lọ́la. àwọn youth òní mo tún sọ fún yín sìn. so ká lè wà aware of it láti capture kìíní yẹn. but tí n bá gbọ́ full details yẹn I will let you know. wọ́n láwọn youth wọ́n fẹ́ join àwọn ọmọ wa ní Nàìjíríà nípa sáà. So can you imagine?
ó dà pé mo gbọ́ something like that.
Àwọn Europe especially àwọn UK máa ṣe bára ṣe ń ta wá tọmọtọmọ. Ẹ̀yin jókòó síbẹ̀ ẹ bá máa ṣàgbé lórí nẹ́tíwọ́ọ̀kì káàkiri. Then again my brother ẹ jọ ọmọ kékeré tẹ ṣó lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Tó ṣe blọọkì yẹn ṣé mo lè gẹ́sì dídèsè.
mo mọ bí tí èèyàn kan send link yẹn sí mi ni mi wá download video yẹn jáde ni.
because wọ́n wò wípé mo fẹ́ ràn lọ́wọ́ ní fún schooling rẹ̀.
ok àfi tá a bá rí ẹni tó bá lè mú.
ẹ jọ lórí platform tẹ bá rẹ ń tó mọ ẹbí ọmọ yẹn ẹ jọ.
ẹ ṣe gan-an.
I want to sponsor him please.
no problem ẹ ṣe gan-an.
ọmọ ọdún mọ́kànlá ẹ wo bí iṣan ṣe yọ ní ọwọ́ ọmọ. ẹ wo bí iṣan ṣe yọ ní ọwọ́ ọmọ ọdún mọ́kànlá ẹ̀dẹ̀lẹ̀ ní gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì. ìwà àgbàlagbà kan wá sórí platform oníkan fún ẹ lówó oúnjẹ bọ̀ olówó láti ra dátà. ìjọ tí bá tún rí ẹ tó kọ́mẹ̀ntì lórí gbogbo platform máa ṣépè fún ẹ. wọ́n máa ṣépè fún ẹ lọ́wọ́ ayé ẹ̀ máa bàjẹ́ yìí. ẹ rí ọmọ ọdún mọ́kànlá tó pọ̀pọ̀ ohun tó ń ṣe fún àgbàlagbà ó rówó òfin dátà ó sọ pé káwọn èèyàn máa donate owó fún ẹ ayé yìí fẹ́ burú mọ́ tilẹ̀ ni ẹ lọ bá wọn Fúlàní tó bá ayé yín jẹ́ ẹ̀yin olóṣì ìlú ọ̀fọ̀ ẹ ti bàlú dáadáa jẹ́ ẹ ń gbomi lójú everybody ayé gbogbo yín máa ṣe orí burúkú ni pẹ̀lú Tinubu orí burúkú tẹ̀ ń kóra yín kiri àtàwọn ọmọ òfò àwọn bàbá òfò tó ti jẹ dodo.
Of NSAS níwájú Nigerian High Commission lọ́la ní 12 p.m. 12 p.m. tomorrow, right in front of the Nigerian High Commission. I'm just looking at that now. Let me put that up. But let's take this call by Mike Edward. Bí a tàbá rí Mike Edward bí a bá wa sọ ti Yorùbá náà. Gbóhùn sókè Matthew à ń gbóhùn ẹ̀. Okay. Man. All right. I know there's always a network issue. Okay. Go clear. We can't hear you at all. We can't hear you. Maybe you want to try again. We cannot hear you at all. Tomorrow, I got a message anyway yesterday, but that's Mama Watua mentioned anything. I thought I will also quickly mention it. They're having a NSAS rally. I want to Babajade fún Yoruba rally, but they're talking about NSAS. But there's somebody called Mike Edward, who I believe mentioned something like that on his Twitter. I'm just pulling that up for everybody to see. So that is him. It will be live tomorrow at the rally protest for the NSAS. His name is Mike Edward. Mike Edward is also asking Anthony Joshua. I hope Anthony Joshua will also come one day for the Yoruba rally. He's asking Anthony Joshua whether he will be coming as well. But anyway, that is about that. Tomorrow, Nigerian High Commission, Sunday, 12 p.m. That is the message coming from Mike Edward. The situation, as you can see. All right. On that note, we should leave everything for tomorrow. We will continue tomorrow and finish up this organization issue because it's something that is bothering the minds of millions of people on this next. What next? My name is Olawumi Koiki, and I hope you'll be with me tomorrow again, where we will continue from where we have stopped. Al Jazeera News and CNN carry NSAS matter. Okay. All right. It's good to know that. Let's create a unifying vanguard group with Yoruba World Congress where everyone can make or pay monthly subscription to advance our interest politically and socially. Okay. We're just reading comment now. And then we can say that's Mr. Tunde Bakari. We will finish them by ourselves. Regarding organization, please call for a meeting of interested people. And at the meeting, let us choose those who would like spokesman for every area. I say very good afternoon. Please let us leave it for today. I play the anthem. And you know when I play the anthem, it's hands up from me. Thank you very much. I just want us to look at this video, which will be one out of 2 more videos. I won't take calls anymore. Look at this video.
See what they are doing. See what they are doing. See what they are doing. What did happen? Fucking end it. What did happen? Hey! No deal. My lord, everything is going online. Straight up.
Okay, that is for that. Let's show you another video. The youth are waking up. They are fighting back, but they are fighting back for what they think for now is justifiable and SARS. They're not fighting maybe for the poverty, breakup of the country, but it shows that they are ready, one way or the other. You can see the confrontation from that youth with the guy from the military and say, look, Pami once and for all. And the military could not trigger that bullet. At least so this is another one that I saw from Ogun State. This was another one that came out from Ogun State, which I'm just trying to pull up as well. Now, the one I'm going to show you, our mothers, as we call them, but they're still protesting for end SARS. Maybe they should do more by saying end Nigeria. That is the next video that I'm going to play before we play the anthem. Rather than coming out and end Nigeria, for now, they say end SARS. It's justifiable, at least they're all coming out slowly and slowly. One day, they'll probably realize that they should come out for the Oduduwa rally the next time we do it inside Nigeria. My name is Koikimedia. It's been another very good show with a lot of areas. We started with the MQ Abiola. If you've missed it, watch it from the beginning and then you will be able to grasp everything we've talked about. Yoruba self-determination is non-negotiable. We will get it, but we need everybody on board. The pastor, the imam, the average person in the market. Every one of us has to create the awareness to get to those that needs to get to. I say that politicians are not to reflect. They might have to reflect because if not, Fulani is never going to allow us to go. So let us go, in one go, once and for all, and then we can start building a nation where you're going to be proud of with a new passport, with a new diplomacy, diplomacy with other international community, not the kind of the ones that we have presently that Nigeria do not have any respect around the world. Ìwọ lọ sí Philippines, wàá gbá ojú ẹ, lọ sí Canada, wàá nà ẹ́, lọ sí ìlú kan, they don't care. But let's get a Yoruba nation where we can tackle so many of these issues. Some people will say, how long is it going to take? We've started that journey, but we will complete it if we continue to be unified and continue to build a I'll be back again tomorrow. There will be so many other programs. We continue to upload so many things happening around the world as we do. But for the time being, this is the anthem, and I say have a very good afternoon from this side. Mo kí gbogbo yín pátápátá o, lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin, ní àwọn màmá wa, ẹ̀yin bàbá wa tí ẹ ti darapọ̀ mọ́ wa láti 30, somewhere around there we started this show. Bye for now. Have a very good afternoon. Bye.